Hello, hello. Greetings, cozy ones, cute ones, and sleepy ones. How y'all doing? Welcome, welcome, Zizivivification, Anna's Bana, FBI's Most Unwanted, Saffron, Nerf Nitro, Good Day Ravenok, Lord Snow. Hello. OBS is being a little sleepy today. There it is. Huzzah! What's up, Lith, Arcolite, Rye, Quizzy B? It's a good day to tune in right at the start, as I've got a special thought in mind for our 100th, or hopefully 100th win. We almost got there last night, right at the very end. This poor Silent just not quite able to seal the deal against Heart, as we did not get our Wraith form into hand quickly enough to survive. But this was a really scrappy run that I really enjoyed. Tons and tons of relics, but never really felt like all that many of them were very good. And so we were very reliant on Double Bane as kind of our damage core to slowly kill the Time Eater and Donudeka. To slowly kill Shield and Spear. 12 turns, took 51 damage. I think that's ultimately what did us in. If we'd had a full 69 health going into Hearts, I think our survival might have been a lot more likely. But unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way the Silent perishes, and we get to do another Silent run. I want to make this a bit of a tutorial-style run. Planning to put this up on the YouTube. So my intent for this first Silent run is to kind of talk about the basics of the character, how to play Silent, and what that actually ends up looking like when it's applied to an Ascension 20 run of Slay the Spire. I'll try to analyze all of the major decisions that we have at each turn. In particular, I'll rank our card choices, just like I did for the Watcher run. So looking at each card reward, I'll rank 1, 2, 3, 4, my preference of the 3 cards offered and skipped. List says, is Silent considered the hardest? I would say that Silent is a very challenging character in Slay the Spire, and probably one of the lower success rate characters for high skill players. I don't know if that necessarily makes her harder to approach as a new player. I will say that Silent is one of the easiest characters to learn in Slay the Spire because she has a fairly simple set of mechanics as well as rarely cares about the order her cards are played in. When I do over-explained on the defect, I'm going to have a lot of talking to do about the order in which you play your orb cards and why it could be important to have Frost first, then Lightning, or Lightning first, then Frost. But with Silent, you can often just play the cards that you draw, just the good ones, in whatever order you want. And it usually works out pretty well, because they're all kind of mix and match. Definitely used to be considered the hardest before she got a number of buffs, and particularly the buff to Blade Dance really helped with that. With the patch, what was it, 2.1? 7 different Silent cards were buffed. This was a long time ago now, but the numerical impact still helps a lot. The buffs were to Storm of Steel, got a cost reduction. Phantasmal Killer got a cost reduction. This used to be a 2-cost card that upgraded to 1. Now it upgrades to 0 cost, which is very cool. We got a numerical buff on Reflex. Reflex now draws 1 more card. Eviscerate ended up doing more damage for some reason. I don't know why that card got buffed, but I'm glad it did. Accuracy makes shivs do more damage. Blade Dance makes more shivs. Sneaky Strike got a little bit of a damage buff. Slice got a little bit of a damage buff. I don't remember what the other one was. I will also say that Silent has the... I'll probably go over this once we actually start recording. Silent has the lowest damage in her starting deck of all the characters. She has the largest starting deck, a 12 or 13 card deck, because 5 strikes, 5 defense, versus other characters who have only 4 defense, and usually 4, or in the case of Ironclad, 5 strikes, and then only 1 last card. But that means 2 more starter cards, which can definitely cost Silent in the long run. And to top it all off, the lowest max health of any character. All these things put Silent towards the bottom of the pack when it comes to her initial position in the Spire, at the very minimum. But that said, the Silent does have an access to a very, very good starter relic, at least by my opinion. The Ring of the Snake, drawing 2 more cards on turn 1, is invaluable to help make sure that you enter your fight with momentum. And she has ready access to a lot of very good cards that can really, really wildly go out of control with a bit of luck. Do I feel like 1,000 Cuts should have gotten a cost reduction as well? I think at 1 cost, 1,000 Cuts would be a really good card. I definitely would have liked to see that. I still have a run here or there where 1,000 Cuts does something, but this card is definitely one that I don't often put to use because it is so expensive for what it does. Ravenox says, do I have a preference for the, quote, normal types of build? Shiv, Discard, and Poison. I think I enjoy the Poison cards the most, overall. I find them particularly satisfying. Bouncing Flask, one of my favorite cards Silent has, actually. I don't have a clip for that bouncy clip, do I? Hold on, I need to know. Oh, wait, I do! Exclamation point bounce! Yes. Wait, is that the clip I'm thinking of? That looks like it's not. That's not the right game. Well, then I don't have a clip for the Bouncing Flask. I'm just remembering a nightmare bullet time Bouncing Flask situation I had. So many bounces. Pepperoni says, when starting Silent, how much should you respect the possibility of First Elite Gremlin Knob? A lot. And that is something we'll definitely be talking about right at the beginning of the run. First Elite is a huge challenge for Silent, and that's because of her low starting damage. It makes her very vulnerable to getting knobbed, you might call it. But another one that can easily slip your mind because of the overwhelming threat of Gremlin Knob is First Elite Lagavulin. And if you're playing on Ascension 20, that could be just as bad. Especially if the damage cards you got offered are useless with minus strength. Like if you picked up a Riddle with Holes and a Dagger Spray, you'll be completely fine against Gremlin Knob, but the Lagavulin will murder you. And you will have no hope. Forcing Panache. That's fun. I really enjoy Panache, particularly on Silent. She's got so many ways to spam cards. So many ways. Okay. Let me get situated here. A few more hellos. Refill the water. Then once I begin the run, I'm probably going to be engaging with chat a little bit less, focusing instead on explaining all of the considerations there are from our game position and talking about broader patterns in Slay the Spire with regards to the Silent. So I may not be saying hello to everybody, thanking every sub, or answering every question during the Overexplained run because I will be too busy vivification. How's it going, Beards and Bacon? And yes, this will count as one of our 400 wins because I will be playing it on Ascension. Well, counts as one of our 400 wins if we get to and defeat the Heart. The other thing I'll say is that my goal in this over-explained, over-analyzed, whatever, tutorial, whatever you want to call it, run, is to reach Act 4 while talking about how I did that. And if we end up losing to Heart or Act 4, so be it. That'll be part of the video and part of the tutorial too. Hey there, Foxica. I have played Baldur's Gate 2 in particular many, many times during my experience. I don't know that it's a game I would ever try to stream, but it's one I have greatly enjoyed. Particularly with mods. That's one of the first games I really took to modding a lot. How to lose to the Heart tutorial. Step 1. Block a lot. Step 2. Don't do any damage. Home Biting, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. And Fluffy Mittens, thank you for the very generous 10 gifted subs. Home Biting, thank you as well for 10 gifted subs. What? What is happening? The coordination, the power, the gifting. Well, that's a hello and welcome. First time, long time from the YouTube. I know what that means. Hello and welcome. Thank you for that support, and I'm glad that YouTube Baylor has successfully convinced you to come here and give real Baylor some money. Shining Shadow, thank you as well for 2 months of support. Humbiton says, been watching every YouTube video for 2 years now. So, basically a year's worth of subs all at once. I'll take it. There's many more YouTube videos in your future. And starting with, you've tuned in appropriately enough just in time to see me record a video for the YouTube. As we over-explain our Silent here. Alright, I am going to top up on water here. Handle a quick... close a window. And then I'm going to be ready to jump into our Silent run here and start explaining the crap out of everything. So. Quick couple moments. When I return, we'll get started. Be right back. Alrighty. I'm excited. This should be fun. Let me actually just... I can do a stream marker for this. Does this work from this menu? Perfect. Crew Chatter 67, thank you so much for 4 months of support. Happy Saturday time, Vagabond. Hey there, Kill Penguin and Construction. Okay, without further ado, let's go here. Let's go. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here. And today I want to talk about the Silent. The Lady in Green. The second character that you'll unlock in your save file of Slay the Spire. Silent is simultaneously, I would say, one of the most straightforward characters in Slay the Spire, and one of the most challenging. I really like her playstyle, as it often revolves around poisoning and nimbly throwing daggers at your foes. A real mistress of the assassinly arts is the Silent, and she's got some really flavorful cards to go with that I really appreciate. What I'm going to be doing here is playing a run on Ascension 20, the highest difficulty, while trying to explain all of the decision-making and thoughts that go into tackling this character. Silent, in particular, has a really challenging first act of Slay the Spire, and oftentimes if you can get through that, you're pretty well set for the rest of your run. But I'll try to give you tips and guidance where possible, as well as analyzing my options at each turn. Whenever I come across a set of 3 cards, I will rank them in choice. I'm trying to evaluate how each one helps or hinders the deck from its current position, and we'll see how that kind of creates, evolves a deck as we go through the Spire. Particularly with the Silent, I think the first and most important thing to do when you begin your run, even before you consider the 4 options that Niao has for you, is to take a look at the map and see what lies ahead. See who your act boss is. In this case, it is Hexaghost, and see how many elites are on the map, / are any of those elites mandatory? What I mean is, does the Spire require you to path through an elite node? Because that can have a really, really big impact, more than anything else, on your early Act 1. Pretty happy with what I see here. We have options. And I think that's going to enable us to take a pretty reasonable start. Particularly when I'm looking at my start options, one big thing that I'm looking at is the location of stores in the act. Are there stores available early? If so, it can be worthwhile to take some money. And it becomes less valuable to lose money, which is still potentially what I'll do here. Interesting. I think that Silent is... depending on what kind of deck Silent ends up going for, you may or may not be very relic dependent. Silent starts with a fairly weak deck of cards. You've got 5 strikes, 5 defends, survivor, neutralize. This deck has a very high, what I would call, block density. Out of the 12 real cards here, 7 of them reduce enemy damage in some fashion. The 5 defends, the survivor, and the neutralize. And that means Silent is very good at not taking damage on any given turn of early combats, but she can't dish out much in return either. And the enemy design of Slay the Spire is such that most foes will deal increasing amounts of damage as the fight goes on, which leaves Silent in the precarious position of she's able to block very well in early turns, but because she's unable to end the fights quickly, they'll get out of hand and she'll end up taking damage in later turns of fights. This is particularly the case with elite fights here in Act 1. To that end, it's often my advice that the first addition to your deck should be some kind of damage card. But before we go about talking about what we're going to add to the deck, let's instead talk about what our starting options are here. You always get 4 options from Niao, the god of resurrection, the ancient of resurrection, at the start of your Slay the Spire run. If you didn't make it to your Act 1 boss on your previous run with the same character, then you'll only have 2 options here. Enemies in your next 3 combats have 1 HP and gain 7 max health. And this one can be a pretty good option. But from top to bottom, let's evaluate. Random rare card. I tend to think that random rare is not a great way to start a run of Slay the Spire. At least not on higher ascension levels. You can certainly, quote-unquote, get away with it on lower ascension levels. You may get a very good card for Act 1, but you might also get something slow and cumbersome, a big expensive power that doesn't help you much, or a card that doesn't provide immediate damage or block, something like a Nightmare. Could be a real problem for us in the short term. So I generally do not like that option very much, but it is certainly an option. What about enemies in our next 3 combats have 1 health? I tend to think that this starting bonus isn't usually worth it unless you can face an elite combat with 1 health and get that elite for essentially free. Each enemy takes up 1 use of the Niao's Lament, and we may also face enemies in question mark rooms, which can complicate matters. So it's possible to face this elite with 1 health if you make it through 2 events, this elite with 1 health if you make it through 3 events, or this elite with 1 health. Actually, you could technically do the Burning Elite too, right? But that would require both of these events to not be a combat. If that worked, you would get the Burning Elite with 1 hit point. That's somewhat tempting, actually. To be really honest, that is somewhat tempting. That's a pretty good path. Third option, losing all gold to remove 2 cards. We give up 99 gold, but we get 2 removals. I would probably remove 1 strike and 1 defend from the Silence starter deck. I don't really recommend removing 2 defends or removing 2 strikes. Remove 2 strikes, you don't have enough damage for your first few combats. Remove 2 defends, and you will suffer later in Act 2 for not having enough block. So I like to go 1 and 1, at least initially. And of course, last option is lose your starting relic for a random boss relic. I plan on using and talking about the starting relic a lot during this run, so for the purposes of explaining all my options, I won't take the high risk, high reward option here. So I'm particularly inclined to take lose all gold to remove 2 cards. I think that's a very, very good starting bonus. It might not be immediately apparent why removing cards is a good thing if you're still fairly new to deck builders, but the idea is that every turn you draw a certain number of cards, and you want the cards that you draw to be the best cards in your deck, or the most impactful cards. By removing cards from the deck, we increase the likelihood, especially cards that we have duplicates of, you increase the likelihood of drawing cards that you have that are upgraded, or cards that you have that are high impact, cards that are good for the situation because they either deal a lot of damage, much more than Strike does, or because they're particularly useful against the opponent that you're up against. Removing duplicate cards also increases the likelihood that we draw the card that we need, if that's a block card too. So it's a consistency play to remove cards. It also reduces the number of turns it takes to draw every card in your deck one time, and that too is a very valuable thing. So I think that if you're the gambling sort, then taking 3 1-health enemies and taking this path to maybe get a free Burning Elite is a great idea. But what I'm going to do is, for the purposes of our over-explained run, we'll start with a slightly smaller deck, 1 defend down and 1 strike down, as well as no money. Unfortunately, I think I am going to end up going through a store because of the path that I want to take through the act, but that's okay. So, how do you choose a path in Act 1, especially as silent? Getting through Act 1 alive can be enough of a challenge, but don't forget, in Slay the Spire, your goal here is to gain as much strength, to improve your deck of cards. That's the art of deck building. Improve this deck of cards as much as possible by the end of the act. And there are several ways to improve your deck of cards. You can add more cards to it. That's the easiest and simplest thing to do. You get a card reward after every single combat, so every combat is a chance to add a new card to the deck. We can also improve our deck of cards by upgrading cards that are in it. Turning a strike, for example, into Strike Plus makes it do more damage. The more of your cards are upgraded, the better your deck will perform on average. And as a general rule, upgraded cards are significantly better than unupgraded cards. I like to refer to the percentage of my deck that has upgrades on it as a metric called upgrade density, and improving that by either upgrading the cards that you have, adding upgraded cards to the deck, or removing unupgraded cards. These all help your upgrade density and are all really good ways to gain strength. The other thing that we can do to really gain power is add relics, permanent additions to the deck that are acquired by beating the elites. Easier said than done, unfortunately, as elites are often tough cookies to defeat, particularly for Silent, who suffers from a dearth of initial damage. Looking at our map, there are elites all over the place, poised early. These elites are very threatening to an unprepared Silent, so unless we were to get a lot of good rewards from our opening combats, I'm going to mark these all in red, as they are rather dangerous. These elites are all exceedingly risky choices, and I think our only safe path is one that does not face one of these early elites, which necessarily then has to go to a shop. This shop will be a bit of a waste of... we can take either of these ways to get that to that shop. So, our easy path marked in green here, probably the one that we'll be taking. And then looking at the red options, I would say these are all the places I would expect to meet a miserable death. The combats themselves are not too threatening, these regular enemy spaces on the map. Your first 3 combats in Act 1 in Slay the Spire come from what are called the Easy Pool, a set of encounters that are designed to be easily defeated by the starting deck, and I'll note that Silent's starting deck in particular is exceptional at dealing with the Easy Pool enemies of Act 1. But once you proceed into your 4th enemy space, wherever that might be, even if the 4th combat is on the 4th floor, then that's when your hard pool is, or if your 4th enemy is way here at the end of the act, then that'll be when your first hard pool encounter is. That comes from a more difficult set of encounters, more challenging fights such as the 4 Gremlins gang, or the big gray slime that can provide a serious challenge. This elite with the flames on it here is the so-called Burning Elite. Once you've unlocked the heart, you'll see one of these appear in every act. And this elite drops one of the 3 keys required to go to Act 4. Something I'll be trying to do on this explained run, but we may not be able to defeat the corrupt heart at the very end. We'll see. This elite also has an additional buff on it during combat. It's one of the regular elites from the act, but with a special modifier, either plus strength, plus regeneration, plus metallicize, or more max health, and that definitely makes this enemy a lot more threatening. I think our best odds of tackling one of these elites would be... you want as many card rewards as possible. Probably 4 combats into this elite, but I think the green paths are the only ones that are truly reasonable here. That's going to allow us to grab 2 rest sites. Overall, when you're pathing in Act 1 especially, I value rest sites and elite nodes as the most valuable. The nodes that are going to most dramatically improve your strength. Unknown rooms can provide things like money, card removals, relics, or upgrades. These are all things that are much, much more valuable once you have a few cards in your deck, whereas the regular enemy rooms are going to provide potions, a little bit of money, and card rewards. Generally speaking, I think it's very important to get a few enemy combats, ideally 3, the 3 easy pool fights from Act 1, before you start visiting a lot of unknown rooms. It might be tempting to jump into as many question marks as you find, because they're pretty entertaining to read through and they're very unusual. But they do not provide consistent rewards or immediate deck improvement of the style that you need to be able to get through your early elite fights. So careening into unknown rooms excessively in your early game will bite you in the butt, for sure. It's a big trap. You must at least get a few card rewards before this is a viable option. I think to that end, let's see, counting 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we want three card rewards before our first potential elite here. So what I'm going to do is progress through 2 combats rather than 1 combat and 2 events prior to the shop. We probably won't have enough money to do anything at this shop unless the event gives us money, but that's okay. That's okay. And then from there, we can either proceed to an additional rest site or fight an elite. Optionality in pathing is something I value a lot in Slay the Spire. The option to take a route through the map that has branching paths along it, so that you can change your trajectory as you find more strength. So once we get to this chest, we'll start to talk about what our options are from there. But there's not a whole lot of reason to chart our entire path through the act before we have more information. And I think that's often a good idea in your runs of Slay the Spire. If you can delay making a decision until you have more information, you should. Alright. So, I've ruled out starting over here. I've ruled out starting on this node. We're going to start on this fight and begin our first combat of Slay the Spire. A classic, the Silent versus the Cultist. I often play through the early combats as a kind of a no-brainer execution routine, but in this sort of Silent tutorial, I think it's important to talk about how the Silence starting deck plays. You've got strikes as your only source of damage. Ultimately, in every combat in Slay the Spire, you must do enough damage to kill your enemy. There are no peaceful resolutions in this game. So your number one priority in every fight is doing as much damage to the enemy as possible, and only if you are at hit point risk should the plan really diverge from that, usually. This is our ideal opening draw. You'll often have a perfect quote-unquote turn 1 thanks to Ring of the Snake, showing you 7 cards. Means if your enemy's not attacking you, you'll probably have all of the damage you need, and if your enemy is attacking you, you'll probably have all of the block that you need, so that you can be efficient with your plays. That is kind of the ideal hand, right? 3 strikes and 3 defends, so that you can play whichever it is that you need more in the moment. Ascender's Bane absolutely messes with the Silent once that joins your deck at Ascension 10. This is a one-time, essentially dead draw each combat. And you might be initially tempted to discard it with your Survivor card, but you don't want to do this because the ethereal property on the Ascender's Bane will cause it to exhaust at the end of turn if it's in your hand. You want that to occur so that you do not draw it again. So, because we missed a strike on one of the previous turns, we're at a bit of a dilemma here. 3 strikes does not kill this cultist. I could strike them 1 time, and then defend 2 times, taking 1 damage. Or I can strike 2 or 3 times and take some amount of damage to the face. Let's see, they're going to be at 16, so I would have to draw 3 strikes to kill, which is pretty difficult to do when I only have 4 of them. And we'll be attacked for 16 damage next turn. I think I'm going to defend Let's see. We're guaranteed to draw 1 defend and then 4 other cards. Worst case scenario, next turn I play 3 defends, take 1 more damage, as this enemy will attack for 16. This cultist fight is a classic example of a Slay the Spire fight. The enemy gets stronger every turn, so I have to make a calculated decision here of how much damage to allow the enemy to deal to me in order to make sure that I'm still dealing enough. If I simply try to block for as much as possible at every turn, I may get punished. That said, I'm pretty sure we can get away with 2 defends here, taking 1, and then we should draw either Neutralize or... yeah, Neutralize and 3 defends. Next turn we'll draw 3 strikes to kill, so we can simply block this. Okay, that went pretty well. Not much damage taken, and we're through our first fight. But you can see that a little bit more damage might go a long way, and that's why we're hoping to see a damage card amongst our first rewards. We do! 2 of these 3 cards deal some amount of damage, and I think we're offered a fairly straightforward and kind of quintessential card reward for Silent here. 3 common cards. Flying Knee does damage and gives us energy on the next turn. I like to think of Flying Knee as almost like a 0-cost card. It costs 1 and refunds 1. The energy's on the next turn, which may or may not be a good thing. It really all depends on how the draws line up. Deflect is a nice no-nonsense 0-cost block, really helps with your block density, and I'll note is an excellent way to scale, an excellent card to improve with dexterity, whereas Cloak and Dagger is a block and a shiv, kind of hybrid damage and block, ultimately 6 block, 4 damage for 1 energy. If I were to rank these cards, I think at my current position I like Flying Knee first, Cloak and Dagger second, Skip third, and Deflect fourth. What we want to make this deck do is more damage at the moment. Adding a Deflect reduces our damage because it's adding a card that deals no damage, and so we're more likely to draw hands with less damage on average. Whereas what we want to do is add a card that does damage, ideally a card that does more damage than anything else in the deck. That's Flying Knee right now. Flying Knee also gives us energy to spend on the next turn, which I think we'll often find is helpful and is a useful effect even into the late game. Sometimes, even against the heart, I'm pretty happy to have just 1 extra energy because I played Flying Knee on a previous turn. Alright. So, with that said, Flying Knee is going to be the pickup here. That helps us get prepared for our first elite fight, whenever or whatever that might be. And I think it'll also prove pretty useful in our next combat here. I wouldn't say that Flying Knee really is a piece of a late-game puzzle or anything like that. These lice can be a little bit tricky. Lice come in 2 varieties, yellow and red. The yellow ones can either attack you or spit web and weaken you, whereas the red ones will either attack you or buff their strength for future turns. Red lice can't spit web, and yellow lice can't buff their strength. In both cases, they curl up like stinky cowards when you hit them with an attack card. Let's see, 8 goes to 6, so if we neutralize 1 and strike the other, then I'll take 1 damage. I could defend Survivor to fully block the damage and then neutralize one of them. But then we may get hit by them next turn. We know our exact draw next turn. Flying Knee, strike, strike, defend, defend. And I can perfectly kill both of them if I allocate the damage as such, right? We neutralize this one, bring it to 12 health. Strike this one, bring it to under 8 health. So Flying Knee, strike, strike will kill the both of them cleanly next turn. And then I'll just take 1 here. That's probably our best line. That way, if both of them are attacking or something weird, it doesn't matter much. Alright, pretty simple fight. We get our first potion. That's another reason to be taking combats early in Act 1. You start with 2 empty potion slots, and you'd really like those potion slots to have something, anything, in them so that you can use those to help with the early threats. Our first uncommon card here. We're offered a Crippling Cloud, Area Damage, and Weaken. Crippling Cloud is the first poison card we're offered here. And it's an excellent source of Weaken as well, which is a very useful way for Silent to reduce enemy damage. Dagger Throw is more straightforward damage, 9 for 1 energy, which is, I'd say, pretty good for a Silent attack card. As well as draw 1, discard 1, which is useful for kind of essentially seeing one more card on your turn, you can call it. Gives you one more option for what you can play. Lastly, Outmaneuver, it's like Flying Knee, but more energy focused. Gives 2 energy on our next turn. Outmaneuver can be a really neat energy source for decks that are really starved, but I wouldn't really describe us as that right now. Crucially, Outmaneuver is a card that doesn't do anything on the turn you play it. And that can be a real problem in Slay the Spire because of how immediately enemies require you to output stuff, numbers, block. For my ranked choice here, I think I would take Crippling Cloud first, Dagger Throw second, Skip third, and Outmaneuver fourth. Again, the Outmaneuver here reducing our numeric output overall, not increasing it. Whereas the Crippling Cloud is going to let us deal with multiple foes. It's also our first access to poison, which is a really good source of damage over time for the Silent. I guess I'll talk briefly about the different ways that the Silent can progress her decks. There are 3 sort of main archetypes that you could describe, at least when it comes to how the Silent chooses to deal damage to her foes. First and foremost amongst those, in my opinion, is Poison. Poison does damage over time, but decreases its value by 1 each turn. To make Poison effective, you need multiple Poison cards to stack the Poison number to a big number. That way the diminishing by 1 is no longer significant, and you're just dealing large amounts of damage every single turn. This is particularly effective against large, high-health single targets like Act bosses. And I think Poison is sort of the intended mechanism by which Silent can deal with bosses. But that's not her only way to deal damage. She can also scale with Shivs, 0 cost, 4 damage knife cards that are generated by a variety of cards. There's a whole bunch of different ways that the damage of Shivs can be buffed. The accuracy power is a big one, but you can also gain strength or otherwise boost their effect with a myriad of relics. I think Shivs are very relic dependent, so picking up Shiv cards for me is often dependent on if I've seen a relic that really helps those. Lastly, you can get there with other kinds of attacks. There's a whole bunch of basic attack cards on the Silent, stuff like the Dagger Throw, Eviscerate, Sneaky Strike, Glass Knife, just to name a few. Combining these cards with vulnerability and or strength and or the card Phantasmal Killer can create a sort of physical attack damage Silent that is difficult to make work, but definitely not impossible. So those are sort of the 3 different directions we can kind of keep in mind, at least offensively. Defensively, I tend to kind of separate the offense and defense parts of my deck mentally here. I have some cards that are intended to do damage, and some cards that are intended to help us survive enemy attacks. And you typically want maybe a 70% offense, 30% defense balance, I tend to find. So rough numbers. I'm actually quite happy to see another combat here in our first event room. That'll give us another chance at a potion and another card reward. I see that we're also able to put our Crippling Cloud to great work here, putting 4 poison, 4 damage per turn on both of these stinky foes, as well as weakening them for next turn. Is there anything I can do to make sure this Gray Slime doesn't ruin me next turn? I could Flying Knee you. I'll have 4 energy next turn, so I can play 4 cards. 2 strikes, 2 defends. Whatever it might be. If I do 8 now, I'll just be weakened next turn. I think that means we just Flying Knee the little guy, so we don't get weakened here. They're both using identical debuff icons, but this intent never really tells you exactly what debuff is happening. The little green one is weakening me, the medium gray one is making me frail, which will cause our defense to be a little bit less valuable. So we do take 1 damage on this turn, but You'll notice a pattern here, which is that we've taken 1 damage in each of our first 3 fights. And I think that's a pretty typical outcome for Silence, if well played. We get a second skill potion. That's interesting. And we're offered a Slice, a Deflect, and a Footwork. Slice is a 0-cost damage-dealing card. It's nice. It's like a free strike, and that's decent enough, at least in the early game. Likewise, Deflect is a free defend, but it's numerically weaker than a defend. Whereas Footwork gives us the Dexterity stat, making all block cards more effective in the future. As a power card, Footwork attaches directly to your character and then stays in play. I like to think of Footwork and similar cards as a scaling card. This card often used in the Spire community, this term, often used in the Spire community to refer to effects that enable your deck to have better numerical output on future turns. So you play the Footwork on one turn, and then you block for more on subsequent turns. That is scaling at its quintessential. And I think it actually works pretty well here. We're not in need of immediate damage output because we're not going to be pathing into this elite. I don't think we got good enough potions or card rewards, although we are off to a pretty good start here to take on a Gremlin Knob or anything. But what we can do is grab Footwork, make our block cards a bit more valuable going forward, and be pretty well prepared for Act 2 once we get there. I actually like this quite a lot. So ranking my choices, I think I would go Footwork first, Slice second, Skip third, and Deflect fourth. But once we have this Footwork, I might take a future Deflect that we see. Kind of funny how that works. Alright, we end up in a shop with 46 gold. It's not great, but it's the only way to avoid fighting an early elite. I am allowed to buy the on-sale Slice. I'm also allowed to bemoan these 3 delicious poison cards. Bouncing Flask, Corpse Explosion, Noxious Fumes, all of these would be excellent additions to the deck, but none of them are available for us. I'm definitely not going to buy that Slice. Some relics here that would have been nice. Boat Thingy, 14 block on turn 2. Would be this is a very, very good relic, and I would have been happy to add it to the deck. I think Trip is also an interesting way to get some additional damage on Silent, who desperately needs it. But again, outside of our price range, so we'll just be leaving, Mr. Merchant. And yeah, not fighting elite, so let's head this way. Our second event room was also a combat. And it was this combat. Definitely one of the nastiest hard pool combats you can run into in Act 1. The 4 gremlins are here to give us an awful lot of trouble here. This is looking pretty terrifying. We have 2 sneaky gremlins. These will attack for 10 damage every turn, but they at least have low enough health that they're easy to kill. 1 mad gremlin that'll attack for 5 per turn, and 1 fat gremlin that'll attack for 5 per turn, while also inflicting frail and weaken upon us, which will make our attacks and blocks less effective. Crippling Cloud would be pretty helpful here, although realistically we need to kill 1 or more of them immediately. I think this is a good time to employ one of our, or maybe even both of our, skill potions. Let me look at 3 skills. We can add 1 to the hand for 0 cost. Something like a Corpse Explosion would instantly solve our problem. We could also really help ourselves out with a Bullet Time, or a Crippling Cloud, or maybe a Backflip. Just to name a few. But our best line, we strike this one twice to kill it. That I block for 5 and take 15? I really don't like that, especially because next turn we're weakened, frail, and there's still 20 damage headed our way. So, skill potion, please save me. Okay, adrenaline's pretty good. We look at 2 more cards, we get 1 more energy this turn. Otherwise, we don't have any poison right now for the catalyst. The dodge and roll doesn't really do much either. I guess it's okay with Footwork. But I'll take that adrenaline and play it. We draw 2 more defends, but I have 1 more energy here. Wouldn't call that great, actually. Do I use the other skill potion? I think I do, honestly. This is still a really bad situation. We know our exact hand next turn, though. Hold on. So, can I play this turn in such a way that next turn looks reasonable? We'll do 4 poison damage and 2 weaken to all of them. This only does 6 damage, this only does 6 block. So this combined would be 10 damage. So I strike this guy twice. I need to bring this one below 10, so I'd have to strike you as well. Strike here, probably neutralize here, and defend. We take 17 minus 5, 12 damage this turn, and 6 damage next turn. So 18 health lost, and then we should win the fight from there. Or I can use the other potion. So the skill potion for potentially up to 18 health is how I'm looking at it right now. And I think I'll just use it. Leg sweep. Okay. That should save pretty much all of that health. Cool. So you die. Am I allowed to play footwork now? That's my question. We have to strike you. Don't have to neutralize you, so we'll probably leg sweep you instead. This goes to 7, this goes to 3, so 15 total damage. If I play the footwork, I'll take 2. There's no way to kill the fat gremlin and the sneaky gremlin next turn, I don't think, right? Okay, let's just negate all of the damage. So we ended up saving 12. Go to 6, right? But I'm playing Crippling Cloud either way, that's right. So yes. Leg sweep here, neutralize here. Play defend. Take 0 this turn, we'll take 6 next turn, so we saved 12 with that skill potion. That's pretty good. It's our best line, I think. So I can go footwork, and leg sweep you, and strike you. This guy dies to poison next turn. Now all we have to do is deal with a weakened angry gremlin, and that shouldn't be too hard. Thanks to our footwork. Stinky angry gremlin does get stronger after every time we hit them, so you usually want to save your angry gremlins for last. Okay, and we did get a potion back, so I feel relatively okay about the choices we made during that combat. We leave with most of our health intact, and we get offered 3 damage cards. Skewer deals damage to a single target multiple times. Slice is free damage, or Dagger Spray deals damage to all enemies. I think Slice is the least attractive option here. We've been offered so many slices so far. Skewer is great in situations where you've got additional energy. I will note that it works pretty well with Flying Knee here, and is a great way to deal with problematic single targets, whether that be our Act Boss or an upcoming Elite. Skewer is very much a card that needs an upgrade, because the upgrade applies once per time the energy is spent on it. But I'm tempted to take this Dagger Spray because it helps us with any fight that has multiple enemies, which we did just see one, the 4 Gremlins fight, and a Dagger Spray would have helped a lot there. Also good against one of our 3 Elite matchups. Tough call here. I'm going to be taking one of either Skewer or Dagger Spray. Skip and Slice are secondary preference to these two. We do have Crippling Cloud to help us deal with multiple enemies. I think I should take this Skewer. Skewer allows us to really bonk one target really well, and I love the way that it goes with the Flying Knee. So, I'll take this Skewer. But I think it would be just as valid to take the Dagger Spray. They're both very, very similarly good. Very, very similarly good. For our first upgrade, when I think about upgrades at rest sites in Slay the Spire, you're picking one of your cards to upgrade to increase its numerical value. And I tend to think about two criteria when I'm looking at a card to upgrade. The first is, what is the raw numerical effect of the upgrade? So the Flying Knee upgrade gets +3 damage. That's how I like to mentalize that. Not as any sort of percentage increase, because if you look at percentage increase, 8 goes to 11 is a smaller upgrade than 6 goes to 9. So if you're doing some kind of percentage-based math, you'd have to conclude that the Strike upgrade is better than the Flying Knee upgrade, and that's really not the case. In Slay the Spire, you want to upgrade your best cards because you only get to play some of your cards each turn, usually. So you want the cards that you play to be the ones with the highest numerical value. For that reason, it's often best to make your best cards better than it is to try to work towards any sort of improved average or anything like that. By that criteria, our best upgrades are going to be either this Crippling Cloud, which is 3 more poison on every enemy when we play it, a huge, huge increase in area damage, or the Skewer to do 3 additional damage per energy spent on the Skewer, up to 12 if played after Flying Knee. Whereas the bonus damage on the Flying Knee can only apply 1 time. Other reasonable upgrade option here is the Footwork, giving us more dexterity to make all of our block cards better. But we do not want to upgrade Footwork until we're confident that we have enough damage output to beat our Elite. I'm going to upgrade for this next fight right here. I think I'm going to get the Skewer upgraded first, so that our best attack card hits nice and hard, and we can convincingly defeat our foe if need be. We're up against the single red Slaver, and Skewer is going to be really good here, especially if we draw it next turn, right after the Flying Knee. My line is likely going to be Footwork, Neutralize, Defend, Flying Knee. We deal a little bit of damage. We block for 7 and take only 3 after his weaken. Then if we see the Skewer, very high chance, that'll instantly kill him. And if we don't, we can probably block. So this should be a pretty easy fight for us, thanks to that Skewer. Skewer is a card I would describe as front load, which is another term complemented with scaling. I'd call them almost mutually exclusive terms. Front load is damage you can do immediately without any prior setup, whereas scaling is the prior setup that makes later cards better. It's important to have both in Slay the Spire. You need front load because enemies with small amounts of health like this red Slaver demand that you take action immediately or suffer the consequences, whereas bosses with hundreds of health are impossible to deal with by simply playing damage cards for 1 turn. We do in fact redraw the Skewer, so he gets destroyed by that 40 damage, and I feel very good for, in this moment, having taken and upgraded the Skewer to go with the Flying Knee. Hey, there's another poison card. 3 more common options here. Actually, all reasonable. Bane does damage and does it twice if the enemy is poisoned, so in decks that have poison, it gets better. Dodge and Roll blocks twice. That blocking benefits from the additional dexterity from Footwork. Deadly Poison applies more poison, and that can help us stack our damage over time. Ranking these in order of preference, I'm gonna think I have to settle on Deadly Poison first, Bane second, Dodge and Roll third, skip fourth, maybe skip third, dodge and roll fourth. We're still not in a position where additional block cards help us that much. We need to have enough damage to deal with elites in order to gain relics. But the additional poison from this Deadly Poison will be great. Choice is, do I want to somewhat commit to poison? I'll tell you right now, the answer is going to be a resounding yes. And the ultimate reason for that is our Act boss, Hexaghost. This boss is a damage check of sorts. In order to cleanly defeat the Hexaghost, you must kill it in 9 turns before Inferno occurs. Or you will be overwhelmed by burns. And one of the easiest ways for Silent to deal with Hexaghost is stack 10 to 20 poison and laugh. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Stack a whole bunch of poison on the Hexaghost and laugh. I don't think the skewer on its own will be enough. But before I upgrade the deadly poison, I'm going to upgrade this crippling cloud so that we can apply poison to every enemy. It's also +3, whereas deadly poison only gets +2. Although it's important to note that crippling cloud exhausts, so you only get to play it one time. For most fights, that's not important, but it is important for boss fights, which tend to go on a little bit longer. Some quick rules of thumb for you. A regular fight, a common fight in Slay the Spire, lasts about 3 turns on average. An elite fight is closer to 5, and bosses are in the 7 to 9 range in terms of turn count. Those are ideals, of course. It's possible to have a 1-turn boss fight or a 20-turn boss fight, but 7 or 9 is a much more average number, I would say. Our first treasure chest contains 25 gold and a strawberry relic. Strawberry gives us a little bit more max health. It's also 7 more health right now, healing us for 7. I'm going to happily take a strawberry. Usually I'm pretty happy with this, and the earlier in the run you get max health, the better it is for you. So this is just fine. Our other option would be to take the sapphire key. We'll have to do that with one of the 3 relics offered to us in a chest, but it won't be this one. I'll take some health. I'm actually very happy with first relic strawberry. That leaves us with 54 health, 1 power potion, and this deck of cards to deal with our first elite combat. And I'd say that we're ready. We have the resource, we have the power. We are capable of fighting an elite and winning, even if it does require that we take some damage to do. We have good block to deal with the sleeping egg and the sentries. Yeah, I'm not too worried here. So yes, we'll take our first elite. We've prepared ourselves well by avoiding the earlier elites in the combat, in the act. And this one should be somewhat reasonable. Somewhat. Playing with Tape says, how much health is worth giving up to an elite? I would say that you probably came out ahead as long as you lost not more than 20 health. Relics are very valuable, and it's also important to note that elite combats drop twice as much money, 30 average instead of 15 compared to regular combats. They also have a higher chance of dropping rare cards. So ultimately, elites are 3 or 4 times as rewarding as a regular fight to kill. You get better cards, you get more money, and you get a relic. And that could be worth trading away a fair bit of health. I usually think that relics are worth more than upgrades at a 1-to-1 basis. So if you kill an elite and rest, it's often worth it compared to upgrading. A couple ways we can open this combat. We definitely want to play our footwork here on turn 1. We could also skewer for 20 damage. That'll wake up this egg. Or we can let him sleep for up to 3 turns. And I think what we want to do is wake up the egg by applying poison to the egg, playing our Crippling Cloud Plus. That way I don't have to play it while also trying to block. Once this egg wakes up, it's going to attack us for 20 damage twice in a row, followed by debuffing our strength and dexterity. This is very much a damage race, because if the strength and dexterity buffs accumulate, then things will get out of control. Last thing that we might want to consider is, do we want to employ our power potion during this fight? Get 1 of 3 random power cards, put it to our hand, make it cost 0 this turn. That would potentially allow me to have a little bit more advantage. But I think we can delay that decision at least a little bit. Let's play the Flying Knee here. We can do 8 damage. This won't wake up the egg because it doesn't break the block. And then we can pass our turn so that we have a 4 energy turn here. Ideally drawing Deadly Poison plus Crippling Cloud, but we just draw the Deadly. Okay, I think now I will use this Power Potion. Venom, Caltrops, and Accuracy. Okay, we'll take an Envenom, causing our attacks to apply additional poison. Not much, but some. And I'm going to wait until next turn. We'll play Crippling Cloud to actually start this fight. Shame the draw order didn't work out quite perfectly, but it'll do. I think. Well, yeah, hopefully. Okay, this is pretty good. Next turn, less so. Next turn, less so. We're getting attacked for 15. Survivor blocks 10 of that. We can also Flying Knee and or Deadly Poison. As tempting as it is to full block here, I think I should Survivor and play both the Flying Knee and the Deadly Poison so that we're dealing lots of damage. Like I said, this is a bit of a damage race, and if we take a line, a path through the fight, so to speak, that is too defense-oriented, we're going to suffer for it. So I think that means we want to discard the block. Rather play the Flying Knee than the Skewer, because we'll have 1 extra energy, even though the Skewer does 2 more damage immediately. And we definitely want the damage over time from the poison. We'll play the Skewer for 0, but it doesn't do anything here. Hey, and we get our Skewer back, so at least I have something better to spend my energy on than these 3 strikes, but it's a real shame to not see any block here. Kerblam! The good news is, we win the fight. Don't really feel like that Power Potion helped me much. We get a tiny chest. Our every 4th question mark room that we visit will be a treasure room. Can't say that was particularly good either. But we're offered some good stuff here. A Piercing Wail allows us to reduce enemy strength by 6 for 1 turn. A Fumes is a power card that can apply more poison. Or a Calculated Gamble lets us discard our hand to draw cards anew. All 3 of these are excellent. Piercing Wail is a very good defensive card that gets better the later into the game you go. Fumes is an excellent way to keep stacking poison. Or Calculated Gamble is great kind of draw assurance, helping us find our Skewer when we need it, or our block cards if we need them. Not sure how to rank these. I think they're all very good. Our next fight could be Gremlin Knob. Am I fighting another Elite this act? Maybe. It's a big maybe. We might actually end up avoiding this. We'll see if we get potions. Outside of Gremlin Knob, my preference would be Piercing Wail, Noxious Fume, Piercing Wail, Calculated Gamble, Noxious Fumes. For the rest of this act, though, my preference is Noxious Fumes, then Gamble, then Piercing Wail. I have no idea if I should take this Wail or not. I think I might just take Wail and not fight another Elite. The Revan, thank you so much for 18 months of support. I really like Piercing Wail alongside Poison Dex in particular because it can remove Artifact from enemies that have it. Enemies that prevent you from debuffing them. One of the best effective strategies for dealing with such enemies is to overwhelm them with lots of debuffs. That said, the Fumes helps in that regard too. I think I am going to take this first Piercing Wail, even if I don't necessarily think it's great for this act. And I'm going to cry a little bit. A nasty fight we get thrust into here. Blue Slaver plus Medium Slime is definitely a tough one. A very high combined health total from these two. Skewer is not enough to kill the Gray Slime on turn 1, so I suspect I'll be playing the Cloud to weaken them both. That means we'll be frail next turn, but maybe Piercing Wail can save me. Also does good poison to them both. And I think I'll block rather than doing 10 with the Skewer. We don't want to take 9 damage on turn 1. Unfortunately, no Piercing Wail. That would have been really nice to have right now. That's a true shame. So we will lose 7 health on this turn. Nothing I can do about it. I'm gonna poison the slime so that it perishes easily next turn. Keep this guy weakened for next turn. Being attacked for 9 again. Piercing Will and Defend can prevent this damage. So I think I'll play the Flying Knee rather than the Footwork here, since I don't need the extra 2 block. At least I didn't on that turn. And here, Skewer finishes the job. Okay, that wasn't great, but we do get a potion, a Dexterity potion. And we're offered Blade Dance, Finisher, Sneaky Strike, 3 offensive options that we haven't seen yet. Blade Dance is great with relics that scale off attacks. It's 3 attacks in 1. Finisher great with Blade Dance, based on the number of attacks you've played previously on the turn. Or Sneaky Strike is free, essentially, if you've discarded a card on this turn. None of these really work with what we have. They're all kind of taking our offense in a different direction than the cards that we already have. So there's no synergy here. There's no interactions, nothing to take advantage of. And without any incentive to take one of these cards, I really don't feel like we should. What happens if we die early on this run? I'm going to try really hard not to. And I think that for that reason, I'm not going to fight another elite here. We really just haven't gotten any rewards that make me feel confident in our next elite fight, especially on our current health total. So I'd like to just take a couple of events. I guess we'll get a couple of tiny chest things. We could also take a bunch of combats to try to get another potion. But I think if I take too many more fights, we're going to run out of health here pretty quickly. So let us proceed to Hexaghost, get to our Act Boss, and beat Hexaghost, because I'm pretty sure this deck can do that. A lot of times, your best thing in a run of Slay the Spire is just get to the next act. And fighting your boss with a decent amount of health can often be the way to do that. You come across a dead adventurer on the floor. His pants have been stolen. Also, the armor and face appear to have been scoured by flames. This is a relatively rare event to encounter in Act 1. It's a essentially secret elite combat. This dead adventurer has been defeated by a particular foe, and the text of the event tells you which foe it is. Am I sure I don't want an elite? Well, what I would have said is, if there was some way I could know for sure that my next elite was sentries, then I would fight one more elite. But there's no way to know for sure that my next elite is sentries. Or is there? The text of this event tells me that that's the exact foe that will return if he is disturbed unnecessarily. And I think we have a deck that can defeat those 3 foes pretty well. Particularly the Piercing Will Crippling Cloud combo is really nice. And we can kill one of them very quickly with Skewer. If we're able to survive this fight, we'll run away with a relic, a lot of money, and an additional card reward. And from there, I can hopefully just limp to our Act Boss. I'm more than happy to use the Dexterity potion here. There's also a significant chance that we just get a reward when I click this button, without anything bad happening. We get nothing, though. I'll click again. We fight sentries. So, now we're in a fight. Good. Drew Skewer and Crippling Cloud together, unfortunately. Not good. I'm debating whether I play the Crippling Cloud. Currently, it will weaken all 3 sentries, and if I use the Neutralize on one of them, we can apply 7 poison to one of them. But what about... don't play the Crippling Cloud, draw it again later. Instead, play Skewer for 20 damage. Neutralize for 3. Do 23 damage to this one, bring him down below... well, I guess I don't really have a kill with much, huh? We drew all of our damage on turn 1. It's a little bit awkward. Well, the important thing really is killing one of the 3 sentries immediately. Crippling Cloud is absolutely going to help us with that. Okay, let's neutralize Crippling Cloud Survivor. That's a full block without using the Dex Potion. We'll see Skewer again. I might use the Dex Potion next turn, but there's no need to use it on this turn. Footwork Defend Defend blocks for 7x2, so again, no need for the Dex Potion just yet. Although we're not getting any damage done. We kind of are, because of the poison. And we need to make sure you die next turn, sir. Deadly Poison brings you to 9 poison. You take 8 plus 9 is 17. 17 plus 8, 25. So if I flying need Deadly Poison this one, it will perish before it attacks us again. I think now is the time for the Dex Potion. Make this defend block for 9 and all future defends block for 9. That's basically a full turn of defense from every defend that I draw. And a lucky draw. Good. We'll use Survivor to discard this defend. I'm going to strike this one twice to bring it below 30 health so that Skewer can kill it. And then we'll discard the defend so that this Dazed is not drawn again. Hopefully we draw Skewer. That works too. Now I want this one to be below 30 health also, so that, again, I have a choice of which one to kill with the Skewer when I draw it. I'll be skewering whoever's attacking me on the turn I draw the Skewer. I guess for now we'll keep focusing the damage on this one, since it's poisoned. Heck. But my face. It's actually not that bad. We'll flying knee this one, and then Skewer kills you. We draw a defend next turn. We should be fine here. Not the best draw order in the world, but I am not going to complain, because we are winning the fight. Right? Maybe we're not. 3 health's a little low. We get a Juzu Bracelet, ensuring that we will not encounter combats in question mark rooms. And I guess I will pick up a second Piercing Whale? Caltrops could also help with our damage against Hexaghost. Might end up fighting Hexaghost on 3 health. People will get a heal here. Stop! Base, let me touch, maybe trade. Well, I can't let him touch, because he would literally kill me if I were to lose 7 health right now. I guess I'm going to gamble. Good face, bad face. And see what happens. We're in a pretty dire predicament here, so I think we need to make some choices. And we are now weak. Nice face. Nice face. Well, heck. That means our damage on turn 1 will be reduced. Pretty debilitating. Speaking of debilitating, I think I'm dead. Yeah, we are just dead. Well, heck. This run was not to be. I have to do this again? Damn it. We didn't even get to Hexaghost. Our deck of cards was pretty good. We did get pretty abysmal relics, admittedly. What was the undoing of this run, I guess I would ask? What could have gone better here? Analyzed explained what not to do. Don't get no rewards during Act 1. I think if we'd made it to Hexaghost, I don't know. It's going to be a really difficult Act 2, let me tell you. Oof. We could have skipped the Sentries fight, and then maybe beaten Hexaghost, and then definitely died in Act 2. Well, maybe not definitely. I think these last 2 card rewards also could have been different, but I don't know how they would have helped me in that Slaver fight much. Well, oof. Well, oof. Guess we'll do a silent over-explain some other time. I really don't want to try that again right now, so let's play a wild and wacky run instead. Sorry, YouTube, not today. I can't even boss swap on the follow-up run. That's the really challenging thing. Well, heck. Yeah, Fumes maybe could have helped against the Sentries fight. I'm not sure, truthfully. That was a really, really, really tough Act 1. Let's just say that. Freely or... 2 rest sites versus 3. Burning Elite versus not. Let's try to snipe this Elite. Well, I'm not going to explain as much for this run. Apologies. Etc. It's actually not a bad quick slash. I'll take a gamble, though. Okay, no snipe. I mean, I don't fight the Elite? No, it means I take the Bane and upgrade it. Now, April -6th. That's right. Chat knows what they're up about. On about. Doing about. Thanks for trying, Lantern. That's only going to work one time, huh? Well, I guess technically it does double damage external, so... might just get destroyed here. I don't like what's about to happen to me. At all. This is also how our over-explained run could have gone, by the way, if I tried to snipe the Burning Elite. This is why I did not try to do that. Okay, well, that didn't go great. Strikes now do 2 damage. Uh-oh. We're alive. Okay, that was really close. Got a Tungsten Rod, a Dupe Pot, and a Finale. Interesting. I don't have a real well-laid plans, though. That was from Power Potion. Screw it. Let's try to use it. Maybe it'll work out. But probably not. Gamble try to get Survivor. Yeah. Get him, Tungsten Rod. So I tend to think that making Finale work typically requires a couple of things. First and foremost, it requires draw manipulation. Cards that can draw variable amounts of cards. Often requires a small deck as well. And ideally also retain. Yeah, expertise, for example. Could be a way to do it. Calculated Gamble also helps with that regard, truthfully. I think the Bouncing Flask is the better no-brainer take, but I'm going to try this expertise. And we're going to see if I live. Only one way to find out. So I gotta update. That. There we go. Taking 2. Backflip's also a card draw card. Alright, my hope is to successfully play Grand Finale twice against the Gremlin Knob. Or maybe just one time on turn 1. Yeah, so I'm contemplating, we can Duplication Potion Calculated Gamble, I'll draw 12 cards exactly. So there's a chance the Finale is there. I think I'll draw 5 and then plan on drawing 2 with either Backflip or Expertise. Play this and this. No dice. We would have missed on the gamble too, of course. Now I'm going to do Pot the Bane, probably. As otherwise, I really don't see this working out well. For anyone, let alone me. Like it was a fire potion. If I play Expertise, I draw an awful lot of cards. Then I can't play any of them. Looks like we're gonna go down again. Oh! Yeah. Any other type of knob than plus max elf, we would have won, so I would have survived going this way. Well, we'll do it one more time with gusto and feeling. Yeah, I get it. You're just enjoying watching me squirm, aren't you? Let's see, we're fighting Guardian. Take Flying Knee. Strike into Bane seems like a good transform. No other shops, right? That's correct. I disagree with you, sir. Warped Tongs. It's been a while since I've had a good Warped Tongs run, sure. Warped Tongs say, upgrade a random card in your hand every single turn. And I say, that's pretty cool, actually. Go with the Survivor upgrade first. Not a usual pick for me, but the circumstances warrant it. Toxic Egg. Wow, okay. I think we're going to have a good run, chat. My longest losing streak in Spire, asks Slurping Soup. Don't think I've ever counted it, but I'm sure that I've lost maybe 10 in a row before. Surely nothing bad could happen to this run. Smiley face. Upgrade the Neutralize also. It's going to be our first real fight. Way here at the end of the act. White Beast statue. Now this... Why couldn't my over-explained run have started with these 3 relics? Hello? My first poison card will be upgraded. I guess I'll upgrade the Bane. Yeah, these are marginally better. But then there wouldn't be anything to explain. I understand. Dash versus Predator. I think I'll take a dash. Give us a nice big block card. I think I'll opt out of this strike. Save the 1 hit point from that pain. Did. Blur Plus versus Deflect Plus. That's cool. I think I'll take the Blur Plus, allowing us to retain block for a turn. But the free card's also pretty solid. Not as big a fan of Outmaneuver Plus at the moment. Especially with the upgraded Terror. Alright, Knob. It's rematch time. You and me, bud. Let's go. I think he's still going to get me a couple times, but it's going to be a win this time around. For surezies. I do 30 damage with this hand. Absolutely not, but I have Neutralized, Survivor Plus, and a Block Potion. We'll be fine. Can take very, very little damage here. Perfect. 1 damage. Gremlin Knob fight. The Revenge. Get Omamori to block any future curses we might suffer. And we're offered a Deadly Poison Plus, which makes this Bane actually work properly. I'll take it. I will take it. Really loving the Survivor upgrade currently. Maybe could have taken 1 less by just playing the Blur on that turn. Excuse me. Malaise Plus. Anyone? Upgraded rare cards for free? Yeah? Yeah. I'll take it. Cool, we have to contend with pain during the Guardian fight, though. That's going to be a slight issue. Glad I have 54 health. And a Survivor. And a Blur. Keep the current potions. Probably just Energy Potion, Malaise the Guardian to death. Let's upgrade this dash. There's like nothing to upgrade. That's pretty telling. Yeah. I'll just discard this Pain. Save myself a few hit points here. Go Terror, Flying Knee, Bane. Fair enough. I've done that to myself by not playing a strike instead of discarding the pain. We could dupe pot the deadly poison to avoid the hit, or I can just block for 18, take 9. I still am planning on doing energy potion malaise. We'll keep this duplication potion for later. Which boss relic would I like most? Fusion Hammer would be very, very good. I would also love, of course, Runic Pyramid or Empty Cage. Any of those 3. He's so small. Kind of adorable, really. I can play this, but I'll take damage. Nah. No need. Actually, Astrolabe would be better than Empty Cage, because we have Omamori, and I can transform the pain to remove it. It's pretty funny. Calling Bell would also be pretty decent with Omamori. Would not be opposed to that. Warp Tongs does such a good job over a long fight like this one. Howdy, fast-ass panda. Wow, Adrenaline Plus or Doppelganger Plus? Adrenaline's the Whoa, excuse me. Adrenaline's the no-nonsense pick. Spilled water on the desk. Ridiculous. Doppelganger... actually not bad either, truthfully. Giving us energy on the next turn. There's a fun little multi-X cost synergy going on there, but without actually having a Chemex, we're not very likely to find it. Take the Adrenaline. And I'll still take a Chemex if we see the other thing. These are not the set of 3 boss relics I was picturing. We're offered Ring of the Serpent, 1 more card draw per turn, but we lose the starting relic. Wristblade makes 0 cost attacks do more damage, currently just the neutralize. Or Sozu gives us more energy in exchange for no potions ever with Whitebeast statue. I might actually go Ring of the Serpent here. Not a choice I usually make. But I think it would be pretty decent overall. Gives us larger average hands. We can rely on our Toxic Egg, Warped Tongs. I think even with only, quote-unquote, 3 energy, the deck's going to perform really, really well. ODOB even says, when is Ring of the Serpent good? It's really good in any fight that lasts a very long time. Not something you usually want to do on A20, but it can be very nice with low-cost decks. It can be very nice with block-oriented decks. So if you've got multiple footworks, I really like Ring of the Serpent. If you've got a discard synergy deck, I really like it for the bigger average hand as well. Hey there, Fayley. So far, Spire has been very rude, but we're doing our best. That poor first silent run, man. Take that Ring of the Serpent. Ring of the Serpent does disadvantage, excuse me. Disadvantage us in any shorter fights. Because we're missing out on turn 1 draw, but that's okay. Sounds like a Tuesday, but it's Saturday. How far away are you? That your time zone is days off. Alright, I think our top priority here, get this pain out of the deck. We must go to a shop to remove it. So I'm thinking this one or this one. I don't really want to fight the Burning Elite, or necessarily any Elite. Do I value rest sites? Not really. There's nothing left to upgrade. Okay, let's start here. That is a painful pain. Ouch. Technically, the defends are still a net gain of hit points, though. So it's worth playing all these cards. Even if exceedingly painful to do so. That's more like it. You need 12 to die, so Flying Knee alone won't kill him. It has to be Terror Flying Knee. Very well. I defend Terror, this goes... or defend Malaise. Debating which potion to use here. I guess we'll use the Speed Potion this turn to avoid losing 1 hit point. But we should have done it last turn to avoid having to play all the defend cards. That would have been smarter. Do I value events more with an active Omamori? Slightly, yes. But only slightly. That Quick Slash is upgraded. Honestly, that's good enough for me. Welcome. What about all-out attack? What about all-out attack? Okay, draw last, because we have pain in the draw pile. Well... yeah. Perfect. Okay, this will apply the weaken, but not the strength down. Next turn looks like it'll hurt. Could have dupe-potted that Malaise, maybe. Might have been interesting. Definitely feeling the pain here. This does 18 damage straight up. Deadly Poison activates our Bane. Let's do that. Good. Okay. I think a reasonable total of health lost, considering that we had a Pain. We're about to remove it, otherwise I would take this Dagger Throw so that I could discard Pain. But I don't need to discard Pain if I don't have Pain. I live a pain-free life. Oh my god, it did happen. Oh, that's funny. Well, there's certainly some nice things in this store. The Dream Chemex is here. Chemex makes our Malaise apply 2 more strength down, which is very powerful. Would have made our Doppelganger better too, but someone didn't take it. I think this Reflex Plus, this Master of Strategy Plus, and this Dark Shackles Plus are all very good cards as well. Reflex less so, actually. We only discard with Survivor currently. But heck it, let's take the Chemex. Make our X cost cards stronger, and see if we can find ourselves a Doppelganger with the power of this question card. Gonna go for the Knight first, usually is the right play. Extra energy next turn, yeah. Heck the poison for now. Someone forgot to pick up a Dagger Throw. That someone was me. 2 X-Cost cards played. 2? Two. 2 per combat. Would you like to explain that to me, game? How are we at 2? Take issue with your math. Maybe +2? +2 I would accept. Let's see if it goes to 4 next time I play it. Not a bad deflect either, but I'll take a Piercing Whale. Plus. There's potions also. Is it elite time? I think I might rest and fight an elite here, actually. There's not really any upgrades that are particularly worthwhile. I'd be upgrading, what, Flying Knee? So that Tongs is just hitting strikes and defends? Whatever. I'll just sleep for more health. Greetings, horrible little creatures. So, does this go to 4 now? Your guess is as good as mine, Twitch chat. Maybe that's a bug report, is what that is. Explain yourself. Welcome to my realm of terror. I really need the poison to go on the leaders, so I'm going to accept weak and frail for 1 turn. I might deeply regret this. Oddly enough, I actually don't. Well, good. There's the attack. No Piercing Whale, but I've got great block this turn, so I think it hardly matters. Incoming 37, I can block for a lot. Slaver seems terrible. I think you'd be surprised at how much damage we can do. I agree that this matchup is not particularly favorable. We gotta make some weird choices with our damage here. For example, playing the attack on this turn. Taking 10 intentionally, so that we can make sure that the leader is losing health fast enough for us to actually win this fight. There, no prob. We get a Pantograph healing us at the start of boss fights. A decent offense potion. Tacticians here. Cloakenegger Plus is here. Outmaneuver Plus is here. I think I'm skipping all of these. Not interested. We'd like more poison cards. We'd like more draw and discard. I'd love Prepared Plus, Acrobatics Plus, Backflip Plus. Why is Unload so bad? Dear Spire devs, why do you do what you do? Awkward. Wait, what? Chest and then elite? Chest and then elite. I'm getting 1 potion from this. Don't like using both potions. But it does save me a lot of health. Alright, screw it. Okay, we got a potion back. Only reason I was willing to do that. There's the backflip plus. But there's also another deadly poison. We want the card draw, though. This upgrades 2 strikes. Guaranteed. Actually, it might upgrade Flying Knee, technically. I'll take the blue key. Had to sacrifice the chair for more Spire power. It's sad, but it's true. Sure was a lot of Spire power I got. Alright, this foe should be no problem, thanks to Super Malaise. Doo-doo-doo. Nice poke attacks. Idiot. X now says 4. Just double counted the first one for some reason. It is unclear why. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Wow, this is, definitely not the fastest fight, right? Mildly concerning. But we get some more energy. Nunchaku rewards us for playing 10 attack cards. And more of the draw discard stuff we were looking for. Acrobatics Plus or the Blade Dance Plus that goes nicely with our Nunchaku. Getting Collector. I think it's got to be Acrobatics. It's not the worst Blade Dance in the world. Not Jose! Did you hear that the Awakened One's minions decided to make a movie? It was an instant cult classic. Given our damage output and the fact that we have a Chemix Malaise, I think we need to kill this little cultist first. Deal with the Chosen second. We are allowed to use a potion, and maybe I wanted to use the power potion turn 1. I don't think it matters too much. Give me some block for next turn. Yes. Please. And thank you. Use the colorless pot next turn to draw into the Malaise if we don't get it, but we do get it. Because we're the master of getting things. It's just how we do. I guess we also don't mind the dazed as much with 6 draw per turn. Pretty good. Get him. Very tepid Chosen fight. kills. Flex pot, another Malaise. Oh boy, here we go. Double Chemex Malaise Plus. Yes. Let's sap the strength off of anyone and everyone who dares get in our way. I'll take a flex pot over a colorless, I suppose. Gonna ignore this bird. For next turn. Ooh. Now neither of them can do any damage. A solid attempt was made. Say this enemy has chosen poorly. Oof. Looking a little bit better now. I'm gonna give this a try. Concentrate lets me discard 2 cards to gain 2 energy. As we draw more and more and more cards, the ability to trade card draw for energy becomes more appealing. Not necessarily broadly useful. 13, 11, 11. So I'm able to concentrate to play... Actually, no, I can just go strike, strike here, right? Correct. Have Pantograph? I guess I won't use this potion. Seems fine overall. Kill the Taskmaster next. We can eliminate Blue Slaver pretty much by just blazing him to death. Let's go Piercing Wail. Double Malaise. And another situation where drawing 6 cards per turn with a Ring of the Serpent is actually quite advantageous, enabling these wounds to not be as much of a problem as they would have been otherwise. Poor guy. He's trying, but it ain't working. Yeah. That's what I said. Career means our gold will go a bit further. Man, this relic bar has been just such an apology run. Do we add a Blade Dance? It really only works with Nunchaku currently. I don't like it that much. Ice Cream sure would be good here. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll find some. Okay, Piercing Wail is amazing. Give him the bonking. The bonking of his life. Yo. Guess I could have played Concentrate to Strike there. Doesn't matter too much. Dexterity potion. Ooh. Tools of the trade versus leg sweep plus versus footwork. What a set of choices. What a set of choices. Tools of trade would make us draw 7 cards each turn. That's pretty cool. May have weakened covered. I strongly suspect that we do. Yeah, it's actually not a very good leg sweep comparatively. I think I would rather take one of the 2 powers, and truthfully, I'd rather see the tools of the trade in action. So we draw 7 and then discard 1 each turn. And now we can start to include reflex if we see it again. Or something else. I'll also upgrade this tools of the trade so that it's always free to play. Because we're a premium member. Or something. Also do this. Double tools of the trade. Let's do it. Yes. Collector's gonna find that she does not have very much strength to fight us with. A mere 10. Easy. My turn to you. Block for a lot next turn. Go what? Piercing Whale Blur? It also prevents me from redrawing Piercing Whale, which I think is a good idea. Concentrate so far has been so close to being good. Haven't quite figured it out, though. Can weaken a minion. Want the bulk of the damage to go on the Collector? At least for now. Maybe we should kill one of the 2 minions. Just one. Gives her a chance to resummon. Get him. And we just make sure we play the Deadly Poison on Collector every time we draw it. That's our bulk survival mechanism. There's the minion resummon. So we've essentially wasted a turn with that. That's good. You, Deadly Poison here. I either block for 8 more or do... Actually, let's do 14 and block for 8 more. Just an Nunchaku. Still, we're progressing rather slowly through this fight. I worry that our... Oh, wait. 12? 12? What do you mean 12? You're gonna have to do bigger numbers than that, lady. I guess with minus 10 strength, this boss really isn't very threatening, huh? Good. Let's just keep the damage going then, I guess. 12. Alright, finally our concentrate will have a use. Good. Excellent. So we can do dash, quick slash, deadly. Anything better to do? I doubt it. Do we need to work down another minion here? I think we should kill one again. But keep stacking the poison on Collector here. Take a little bit. But we're almost through the debuff turns. So is there really any risk? We will get attacked next turn. It will be for a real number. Unless I can kill a minion here. That's more like it. That's a threatening set of numbers from the collector. Good. Ouch. Tech really is not very good at boss fights, huh? Spooky. Alright, this minion needs a strength reset. Of course, now there's new minions. That's what happens when you kill the minions. Just come back to life. Some kind of horrible zombie creature. Might have to use our potion to secure the kill. Looks like we've got it, though, with 4 energy this turn. GG. Definitely not the easiest boss fight we've ever had to deal with. Slow and steady, absolutely winning the race there. None of these say Doppelganger on them, which is truly tragic. Though I do kind of like Nightmare's ability to duplicate stuff. Could take bullet time to make a hand free, but seems redundant with concentrate. That's right, Nightmare can copy the malaises, or copy other useful powers. Speaking of useful powers, we could take After Image for 1 block per card. Nightmare could also copy Adrenaline. Tools of the Trade? That'd be an interesting one. Wouldn't want to play all of them. So Energy Relics, not a thing this run. Got it. Got it. Actually, some pretty good options here, though. Empty Cage would remove 2 cards. I'm down to dunk 2 strikes from this deck. We could take Blackstar, doubling our relics from elites. That could be pretty useful from here. Or double potions, bearing in mind that we get 1 potion every combat, thanks to White Beast statue. I think Sacred Bark is very strong. What was our first set of choices? First choices was Sozu versus Ring of the Serpent versus something that was really bad. Wristblade. Honestly, the Wristblade would have been pretty good in retrospect. With all the blade dances. I'll take a Sacred Bark. Okay, have to go here. Probably go to a shop. Let's take a bunch of events. I've got still Omamori here. Do 3. Three energy per turn. Life is definitely going to be challenging under these conditions. Use our 1 deadly poison to deal with the 2 spikers, slowly but surely. I'll probably also just throw the explosive potion during this fight. Why not, right? Get him. You too, buddy. No exceptions. Begin the blurricade. Now we have all the block we need to rule the world. Four energy in a jar. Second acrobatics or second concentrate. I think we need a second acrobatics so that we can use our one concentrate to actually get stuff done. I'll take it. If I had some dexterity, I would be thinking about deflect as well, but we don't. Well, super look at a Tesseract with Toxic Egg. We actually don't want Apotheosis, but we do want card draw, like Deep Breath. What about Metamorphosis? Hold on a minute. Yeah, I don't want this Apotheosis. Or this one either. Actually. Sadistic Nature lets us do damage by applying debuffs. That's kind of cool. Really good nightmare target, too. Double Apotheosis. I think I am going to try out this Metamorphosis here. Shuffle 5 random attacks into the draw pile. They cost 0 this combat. Given how much card draw we have, I actually really like that. So we'll rely on those 2 colorless cards as part of our damage plan from here on out. Potentially. What do you got? 2 free slices, the power. Sheer power. That's right, we don't have a lot of debuffs after the Malaises have been played. At least not yet. That could change, though. Oh. Please stop hurting me. 14 damage to KO? 14? Ugh. Gotta be kidding me. Take a whole bunch more? Ugh. Gross. There's some debuffs. Fumes is also debuffs, but less valuable than the Crippling Cloud is, I think. Definitely gotta watch our health situation here. Oh! Look at that. Health. Thanks, Omamori. I'll transform a strike into a Blur Plus. Welcome. Health officially watched. Head shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as we can find useful cards in a reasonable time frame. Say we just did. Perfect. Do it. Do it. Enjoy your 22 damage per debuff. Rendo. By the way, I'll take a bunch of free attacks. And then draw them. Just to see you suffer. Beautiful. Discard these 2 defense. Also got a potion I can use during this fight. Maybe I wanted to duplicate the nightmare? It's a fun thought. Question is, how do I actually kill the giant head now? Might use liquid memories on the dash next turn. Just concentrate for us. Good. Oh yeah, we've also got a bunch of re-attacks. So there's that option as well. Okay, can we finish the job with what we have? This does 15 by 2, this does 22 by 2. And if I play 3 attacks, I gain 1 energy back. Yes. Got Bottled Lightning, letting us start with a skill in the opening hand. A lot of good options for that. We could bottle the Metamorphosis, curiously. Bottling Nightmare, also a pretty good option. Second Concentrate is here. Bouncing Flask. Actually, Bouncing Flask, Sadistic Nature. That's a ton of damage. That's a ton of damage. Tough call here, actually. Guess I'll go with the Flask, but... yeah. And you know what? No, I don't get extra cards on turn 1, right? So let's bottle... let's try bottling the Metamorphosis and see what happens. We'll be going to the shop now. Okay. Double your money, double your fun. Double your mummy hand. Whenever you play a power card, random card in hand is free. I have 1, 2... 2 powers, that's it. Still pretty good, though. A little bit of extra strength could help. Especially with the Metamorphosis. Fumes do a lot of status applications. Impatience Plus, I like that. If we have no attacks in hand, draw 3. Actually love that Impatience. With how few attacks we have on average. I'm thinking Mummy Hand Impatience. Mummy Hand Impatience Backflip. Yeah. Oh, there's the paper crane! Disaster. Can't afford the second backflip, even though it is 2 gold cheaper. Sundial might also help us with energy, although given that we have a 35 card deck, probably won't be very often. Some weird cards. Deck wants a kunai. Ooh. Guess I'll discard the Concentrate, or do I discard the Blurs for Bitter Malaise? Let's just get a Bitter Malaise. Actually, discard this Survivor. Double Blur. Blaze. Hey there, Wheat Gorg. Might as well have Paper Crane, actually. Cute. Keep these 2 potions. Darkstone Periap will give us max health if we take a curse. Well-laid Plans Plus will allow us to retain 2 cards each turn. That's incredible. What card is in the bottle? Metamorphosis Plus, of all things. And now, double Exploder, double Spiker. That's kind of spooky, actually. Would I take Envenom at this point? Yes, I would take an Envenom. Partially because Mummy Hand, partially because we want more poison, partially because of the interaction with sadistic nature. But definitely is the answer, either way. Can't meaningfully concentrate, huh? Understand. Well, actually, no, I do need to. Like this. Unfortunate. Please don't explode on me. Thanks. Appreciate it. Wait a minute. I have an idea. Behold the power of the sundial. Or something. Huzzah. Retaining block for 2 more turns. Cool. Poor guys. Catalyst triples the poison our enemy has. We've got a Bouncing Flask, a Crippling Cloud, and a Nightmare. I think that's going to be a winner. It's also very, 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 very good with Duplication Potion. It might even allow me to kill this Transient on turn 1. Although, maybe this Transient will kill me on turn 1. Ouch. Right, I'm going to use Liquid Memories. It's going to hurt a bit. Oh dear. Masterful Stab now costs 2. Just barely staying ahead here, especially with the Catalyst getting discarded. That was pretty bad. Please don't kill me. Okay, I think we've sorted it out. For the moment. Here's Catalyst. Okay. You're dead, friend. $27-27. Good year. Or something. There's a Prepared Plus. Help us further dig through the deck. I'm not worried about time eaters, so yeah. I'm going to upgrade Sadistic Nature at one of these 2 rest sites and rest at the other one. And we're going to lose a strike. Feels good. Poison is not capped at 999, nor 9999, nor any number that you can count to. Poison stacks pretty much unlimited. Pretty much. 4 energy this turn. Oh, and Mummy Hand, making stuff free, so I can just malaise for everything. Alright, we'll forget the Metamorphosis then. Getting played. Nice attack, nerd. Start this. Yes. Play 2 blurs. I don't fully block, but I do retain block at the end of the next turn. We should remove the artifact from Donu here. I think we want to kill Donu first. Just leave Dekka alive. With reduced strength. Or I could Nightmare this Malaise. That actually sounds pretty good. Perfect. Also pretty good damage. These and whoop. So both bosses are actually at negative strength currently. Now Donu will fix that shortly, but how shortly? Not shortly enough, you know? Really want to get this Metamorphosis in play. Let's do that next turn. Metamorphosis Malaise. Okay, what do do you have for me, Metamorphosis? 2 free chokes? Oh boy. Yes. Very good. Very, very good. Oh, and a Chemex Skewer, too. Yeah, let that dazed go. Blam. We should keep the bouncing flask and the malaise. I'd say this is going pretty well. GG. Second boss is the Time Eater, who I am not afraid of. Well, maybe. I'm afraid of this turn 1, actually. Hello? Less than ideal. This is definitely Malaise's time to shine, but where is Malaise? Heck it, what do you got, Distilled Chaos? Glorious things, that's what. I'm gonna go with that was a really good Distilled Chaos. Mostly. I'm gonna Nightmare Sadistic Nature. Play Backflip. Play Sadistic Nature. Play Dash to full block. That was a little reckless, sure. Seems like it worked out pretty well. I will take it. $28 damage per debuff. Really ought to help here. Now, if only we could find a Malaise. If only. Ouch, I guess. I can Malaise for a ton, but I can't block for much. Still, we should win pretty comfortably from here. Save the second one for phase 2, perhaps. Let's just try to get Time Eater below half now. Easy to do, looks like. Show me blaze. There you are. This and this. Bouncy, bouncy. 112 damage, bouncing flask, anybody? GG. Sadistic. To thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the 100th win of the year? You prepare your daggers, dealing 2085. And stride forth into the next act, ready to tackle whatever might arrive. I have to say, our upgrade opportunities are pretty sad. This looks like an upgrade at a first fire in Act 1. Instead of here at the very end with a 37-card deck of cards. Almost all of which are upgraded. Instead, I'll be resting, just gain 7 health back. Sure, we might get it all with the Pantograph, but we could also take damage in this elite fight and then heal that with the Pantograph instead. Some fun options here. After image is block per card played. It's okay. We can take medical kit. Unplayable status cards can be played. So we can get rid of burns. We could purchase a potion. These thorns pots are 6 thorns. Very good for heart. Or we can remove a card. Get rid of the last strike. Actually, with the deadly poison... For the catalyst, I'm going to take the second deadly too. So let's go deadly poison, liquid bronze. Piercing whale. Yeah. I like it. Bonus energy with the Sundial Deep Breath on turn 1, but very crucially, I have to put a card into the discard pile before Deep Breath will activate the Sundial. So if I just play the Deep Breath here, very bad outcome. Don't do it. Poor Metamorphosis. I really want to play it, but I don't think it's going to get played. Not when these options are available. Remove the artifact. Weaken them. More. Good. Keep both these potions for now. Who needs cards? Oh. Well, that's mighty convenient. Keep sapping that strength. Worthless poking. Go. Yep, and that's why I rested. Dang. This deck just cannot do a whole lot with only 3 energy per turn, huh? I guess should have kept the strike. Technically. Now my best turn is Piercing Whale Survivor. Could dupe pot to save a lot of health, but maybe I should, actually. I can also turn around with the Catalyst. Dupe pot on Catalyst would be really good here. Send him to 15, 75 poison, and then Survivor twice. Let's do that. Or 45, excuse me, not 75. And then we're within Pantograph full heal range. That's pretty good. I am getting a new potion after all. I understand. Go ahead and Nightmare neutralize, why not? Keep my bot. Pretty easy to block this turn after all. Stuff. Coolest video per character? Probably not something I'm likely to discuss a whole lot. Maybe you could talk about them in context during the runs. But I can't imagine doing such context-specific videos. It's kind of weird, although Spire is such a context-dependent game, the demand is really for videos with broader contexts that are almost like deliberately stripping the elements of the game from their places. A little odd, I find. Fumes to make it an even 40 here? Not necessary at all. It's actually not even that good, I would say. But it does help with poison, I suppose. Screw it. Gotta love the 40, right? Hey, and turn 1 Sadistic. Also very good. Let's see what backflip draws. Use this turn. Alright, Sadistic Nature, what is free? Yes, good. Good. Let the Metamorphosis plus flow through you. What do you got for me, Spire? 3 Heal Hook is pretty sweet. The rest of it, not so much. Come on, Malaise. Oof. That ain't it. Are we going to die? Maybe. No use in playing any of those cards. How do I live this? I don't. Dang it. This only goes to 50 with Weaken. Oh, we're dead. I did not have a way to survive this fight without drawing Malaise before the first attack, looks like. Man, how frustrating. Win one number 100 is very much eluding me. Paper Crane might have saved me too. Ultimately, deck didn't have a lot of defense in it, no footwork or anything, right? No relics to reduce this damage either. GG. GG. Alright, well, you know what that means. Silent goes yet again. Really wasn't anything we could do there once we got into that hard fight. Certainly a case of too many cards in the deck overall. Although I don't feel like too many of them were misplaced. Ultimately, we really didn't have any of the heart-specific counters that we needed. I guess bottling a Malaise was probably, instead of the Metamorphosis, that was the big decision that I could have made for that to go differently. So I probably paid the price with the run for my hubris there. Was Metamorphosis a mistake? 1000%. It basically always is. Unfortunately. It's just a very terrible card. I think the Ring of the Serpent was also a mistake. All right, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll go again. I am going to get this 100th win today, one way or the other. Be right back, folks. Okay. Let's try again. I guess we'll honor the boss swap challenge for the month. And we start with a Snecko Eye. Here we go. Let's have a wacky one for number 100, shall we? We can get some high-cost cards, some high-power cards. Whatever they might be, they will do wonders for this deck this early on. Like the idea of going to an early shop here. Maybe we'll remove a card, maybe we'll just purchase something that has a decent number on it. Oh, let me update the streak command. We are definitely not on any sort of streak. That is way out of date. Excuse me. There we go. This is the accurate one. I'm liking this path. We get a couple of elites later, actually 3 elites later in the act, if we're able to beat this one. Or we can opt out to go this way if we don't feel like we're ready for the first elite. So I'll mark this in yellow, our more challenging path, but our intended one. And then the easier option in green here. No world where I'm going to fight the Burning Elite. Could opt to not go to the shop, take an event instead. Maybe that's correct. Yeah, I'll do the early store. Alright, Snecko, please don't murder me. That's my request. Exclamation point map for our map mod there. Called Map Marks. Lets me mark the map. As you'd expect. Strike, strike, defend, neutralize? Can't kill them both. I can take one here. I mean, I regretted not having a footwork last run. Let's take one right now on this run. I guess outmaneuver is also maybe takeable with Snecko Eye. It's never, ever setup. Because Snecko overrides the 0 cost of setup. So setup just says, take a card from your hand, put it on top of your deck. Which is not a very good thing to spend energy doing. Being able to build your whole deck around the randomized cost is absolutely the best part of starting with the Snecko Eye. And I think we'll find that we perform very well on average. Didn't even play Survivor there. Perform very well on average because of that. Guess I'll just double defend. We could not do that, but why lose health? Maybe we don't get a choice. We are offered a 2-cost card, not the one I had in mind here. Choke does bonus damage for every card played after it. Definitely slightly better than normal here. Being able to cost 0 or 1 is especially good. Or just having Choke and a bunch of other 0-cost cards. Also good. As an added bonus, Choke attempts to do damage in the form of a debuff, so it removes artifact layers from enemies. Pretty good. There's another fairly high impact card, Bouncing Flask. 3 poison 3 times. I'll take it. Good enough reason to go to the store for me. And with those 2 large damage cards added to the deck, we should perform really well now. Just with Choke and bouncing. And that's also a high-cost card, Eviscerate. 7 damage 3 times. It's cheaper for every card discarded, but we can ignore that part of it and just play it for random cost. Alright. This is looking up. This is going to do well. I think we can take the yellow path from here. Fight those 3 elites. I'll do it. Defend Survivor? Yeah. Uno. Skewer's okay. I think we're already at the point, though, where we can hold out for really, really good cards. We don't need to take just any old damage card, but in fact, can wait for the best. Guess I'll drop the attack pot for the fire pot. They're pretty similar in what they do here. And our first upgrade is going to be what? This gets +6. This gets 2 per card. This is 3 more poison. I think I'll do Eviscerate first. Get that flat +6 upgrade on it. Make it really, really hit hard. And we should find that the elites are no problem before our mighty Snecko draws. It's a really good joke. Could use a Fear Potion to apply the choke debuff here. Or I could just use the Fire Potion to outright kill one. Forget about the debuff entirely. Let's see. Choke, strike. Strike is 24. 24 plus 20 equals 44, so I can kill the one with the most health. Choke, strike, Fire Potion is 1 short of killing this one. Yeah. And then I guess we'll go for this one next. I'm unlikely to kill the middle one next turn. Ooh, can kill it with strike, actually. Neat. That worked out. That really worked out. Excellent fight. Now we have +1 strength, meaning the Eviscerate does a full 30 damage. And I will happily take a Well-Laid Plans to let us retain cards from turn to turn. Very, very good to hold on to a 0-cost block for a future turn. Ooh. Or keep Choke for a turn where I can play more cards. I think I'm going to have to use the Fear Potion to kill the Fat Gremlin on turn 1. Because we're 1 damage shy otherwise. Choke, defend, can't play any of their cards. Try to kill the wizard. Uh-oh. Well, that's a bit of a problem. I can't kill the wizard. Or block. Or really do anything here. I guess I'll just lose 30 health. Oh wait, no, I have strength. Oh my god, Vajra. Alright, we're fine. Huzzah. That was almost embarrassing. Thank goodness for +1 strength, though, hey? I'm allowed to choke. Survivor. Eviscerate, strike. There we go. Sneaky strike Snecko Eye is kind of a thing. I feel like I need another discard card for this to be any good, though. Let's get these. Meal ticket's good. Upgraded or well-laid plans is pretty good. I'll rather play this than the Eviscerate. Keep the Eviscerate. And then keep the zero-cost cards to play with Choke. I think our best line this turn is Neutralize, Survivor, Eviscerate. And I can play this too. Keep Choke Strike. That's a guaranteed kill next turn. Not too bad. Ooh. Double Gremlin Knob. The rematch. I'll pick a fight with this guy. I just got a 30 hit point heal. Fight me. Wait, can I take that back? Actually? No, we're fine. I want your money, sir. Flask Survivor. Go next turn. So we lose some health, but we get money, and I got 2 potions out of it. And this card reward. Do I want a dagger throw? I don't think so. Terror? Silence only and best access to vulnerable? That'll take. And I'll go colorless potion over Thorn's potion for Slime Boss. Not Hexaghost, Slime Boss. Guess I'll also use the colorless potion now. Pretty sad though. Oh. Or is it? It's pretty sad. Actually, no, it's not, because it can fetch Choke. Bouncing Flask first. And go Choke, Strike, Defend, Defense. Good timing. Guess I'll just play defense. Let's keep the strike. My friends, I am here to dig. Meph Troll, did you hear about the guy who invented a new type of shovel? It's a groundbreaking discovery. Hopefully you dig that joke. I'm not going to take a Storm of Steel, although actually Storm of Steel's Snecko Eye with Vajra is kind of interesting. Like 30 damage, but only if I'm unwilling to play all the other cards. I guess Flechettes could be okay. Damage based on the number of skills in hand, but really none of these cards feel like great additions. They're all rather esoteric and complicated ways to do damage rather inefficiently. Let's dig. I'll press the do button. Now I can't encounter combats in event rooms. Hooray. I will be drinking the cacao potion during this fight. I think we're going to need a little bit of an edge. Oh, it can't be too safe against Slime Boss, is the silence after all. Almost impossible. 3, this will bring you to 76, the exact correct number? Correct number. Oh, perfect draw on Eviscerate. Wow. Get destroyed. Okay, that went pretty well. Could take a tools. Doesn't seem like it's that helpful. Do I come up with these jokes on the fly? I sure do, although usually I'm on the chair. NG says, when does one decide Juzu Bracelet isn't worth taking? You don't want Juzu Bracelet in the event where combats are better than you for events on average. A really good example of when you don't want a Juzu Bracelet is if you're an Ironclad deck with Feed and you want to fight things to gain max health. But it can also be the case if you've got, for say, Singing Bowl or Prayer Wheel or Egg Relics that you just want to look at more card rewards. I think I've been taking too many cards in my recent runs. I'm going to skip all 3 of these. And probably take a P-Box. 10 transformed cards. Hard to go wrong with that. We could also instead take more energy of some kind. And I suppose that's fine, but it's not wacky. What's in the box? Yeah. That's pretty good. Actually, I maybe should have considered that tools to trade because of the Eviscerate, and now with the cards that we currently have, I definitely wish I'd taken that tools to trade. But that's okay. This looks pretty dang good indeed. We've got a few high-cost cards. A lot of this benefits from strength. Double Alchemize means we can just chug potions all day long. That's pretty sweet indeed. Storm of Steel returns with a vengeance. This is isolated path. It's not even connected? No, I'm not going to do that. But within this half of the act, I actually like going to this shop or this shop. Maybe both? Do we want to remove 2 cards? I would remove Deflect pretty happily. I would also remove Neutralize at this point, actually. Now that I have another leg sweep, another weakened card, I'm willing to get rid of both of the 0-costers. Backstab at least exhausts, so I'd rather remove Deflect and Neutralize first. Shops are also, yes, a 15 hit point heal with meal tickets, so I probably do want to go to both. Not sure we'll be in shape for the Burning Elite. We'll see. I'd like to fight this Elite. With all the potions we're going to get, do 2 combats, 1 event prior to the shop. Definitely starting here. Block how? Block by killing your opponent on turn 1 or 2. Oh, check this out. Blessing the Forge makes both Alchemizes free, so I can get 2 more potions back. Cool. And one of those potions was a Smoke Bomb. Delicious. We also technically have Leg Sweep, I suppose. There it is. Never had a problem. Plus 16 won't be enough to kill, but I can play Storm of Steel afterwards. So that should... yeah, that'll do it. Perfect. That reflex has been pretty useful, I have to say. Concentrate, huh? Discard 3 cards to gain 2 energy. Definitely a little awkward at random cost, and pretty hard to, in general, still have cards to play. You saw on the last run, we had 2 acrobatics, a backflip, and Ring of the Serpent, giving us card draw, and still we were barely able to make Concentrate useful, because you just need so many cards in hand before you play this for it to be worthwhile. Snecko Eye alone won't be enough. Second fight will be against the Chosen. Alright. I choose to win. So it's a real shame about these Eviscerates. Are innate cards affected by the Snecko Eye's random cost? Yes, they are. Tragically, they totally are. Ooh. Get him, Choke. Fight. Piercing Whale. There's a 1-cost card that I think a Snecko deck is pretty happy with. Piercing Whale allows us to shut down a multi-attacking foe's attack, or just multiple foes' attack in general. Also can block very well against Heart. Long line of hooded figures offer us either the Ritual Dagger, permanently scaling damage. This is definitely early enough that it's a pretty good Ritual Dagger. Or we could get 50 gold right before a shop. I have to say, I'm pretty tempted by the money here. Murder, murder, murder. Caw, caw, caw. Can I upgrade that dagger anytime soon? Yeah, actually. Would definitely be a little annoying to get it to work. It'll sometimes cost too much, for sure. That's true, and we're not actually losing any health. I'm taking the money. Do like an acrobatics bomb Snecko Eye is pretty amusing. Do we want a kunai? Actually not as good as you'd want it to be. Odd. Very little in the shop that I do like. Would I pay for meat on the bone? I don't think so. Bomb is a very tangential way for this deck to do damage. We do plan on going to another shop later this act. Honestly, that's probably going to be my pick. Although I am likely going to take this acrobatics. Gonna remove the neutralize before the deflect because of the footwork. Maybe I'd remove the footwork. There's food for thought. Why not Crippling Cloud? We can definitely do Crippling Cloud. Better weaken too. We have poison. We have Snecko Skull, especially. That's probably on the menu here. Fumes could also be included, but I don't think I'm going to. Would really have liked to see Potion Belt. In particular. Nah, I'm not taking Bomb. Not today. We'll do one more event. Potions! Ooh. That's not good. A secret technique fetching Storm of Steel, perhaps. Definitely don't want to get attacked next turn. It'll be a disaster. Just a total disaster. Alright, I will do it this way. Dang it. All the trouble to kill those gremlins and you still do this to me. I guess I'll Liquid Memories the Piercing Whale, perhaps. Let's see what Acrobatics Reflex gets us first. Not much. So we could also Liquid Memories the Survivor. If I want these Eviscerates to be cheaper. Then I get to do a lot of damage, too. Cool that we get to just aggressively use our potions like this. So if I Piercing Whale, this goes down to 3x3, take 9. Or if I Survivor, I'll take 16. So it's only 7 additional damage, and I get to play both Eviscerates. That's super worth it. Also, Liquid Memories the Leg Sweep, although I don't think that's as good here. Look at him. Oh, the Envenom, though. Dang, dude. Could have even also used the Flex Potion to make that a kill, if I'd wanted to. Two poison per attack's pretty ridiculous, actually. You'd love to see it. War Paint will upgrade to 2 skills at random and riddle with holes. Snecko Skull Envenom. Anybody? 10 poison. Yeah. The Adrenaline's kind of stinky. Normally such a good card. Give me that riddle. And upgrade that Crippling Cloud. Oh yeah. Good. What else are we upgrading? Leg sweep, probably? Bouncing flask, also very good. Yeah, or actually no, we're not upgrading anything, because we're digging. And getting healing at rest sites. You love to see it. That's why we don't buy meat on the bone, because it's stinky. Very stinky. Play this. Play this. Or this. Or this. Enjoy the poison, nerd birds. The one with the most health. Fire potion may get employed next turn. Survey says... unclear. Looks like they're dead. The poison. The power. So, fire pot you, and then make a new potion. Got him. Apply 7 poison with a poison potion. Another acrobatics on offer. I'll take one more. We have double eviscerate after all. Keep these 2 potions. This burning elite has no chance. Bottle Tornado. Start play with well-laid plans in the opening hand. Or actually, no, the Envenom. Bottle the Envenom. Let's do it. Get this double poison going instantly in every fight. And then dig. For a bottle flame. Bottle the riddle with holes. The power. The sheer power. Envenom riddle with holes. Too good. It's too good, man. I can't handle that. I'll just remove a card here. Another pretty disappointing store overall. Don't want either of these relics. Would have bought Boat Thingy if we were just a little bit more money, but we're not. We're not just a little bit more money. Truly tragic. Alright, deflect. See ya. Of course, how often we'll be able to play them both doesn't matter. I can do it right now. What's in the colorless potion? Sadistic nature, let's go. Get him. The power. This poor book. Never stood a chance. Got him. That's a block card that I can actually play, and it applies 2 poison. Welcome. That's much better than a deflect. Let's just say. Ooh boy, bird, you came to the wrong neighborhood. Do I kill you with riddle, or do I kill you with bronze scales? I'll kill you with bronze scales. Get the chosen. Be destroyed. This deck is fun. These aren't good enough. Not in my neighborhood. Uh-oh, it finally happened. Wow, that's actually a truly abysmal opening hand here. I guess I have health to spare? Just gonna play the Envenom. It's definitely a little awkward. I want to liquid memory. Well, I can't liquid memories anything right now until the card is removed from my hand. Okay, I'm going to play well-laid plans. Liquid memories on acrobatics. Acrobatics discards just about anything. This, sure. Now both eviscerates are playable. We kill the wizards. And I get my potion back. Now I have 2 additional energy next turn. Keep the defensive cards in case we get attacked. Why are they so expensive? There we go, that's more like it. Much more appropriately costing cards. Good. Show them the power. Catalyst. Bottled Envenom riddled with holes. Catalyst that I won't ever upgrade because shovel. I think it's dig time. Derricar, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. We get a smiling mask. Cheap removals at shops. Suppose that's welcome enough. Not again. Oh. Well, that's gonna get discarded. What now? I can do choke, eviscerate, crippling cloud, storm of steel. That's pretty good. That makes everyone weakened. I'm killing at least one of the minions, maybe both of them, actually. If I play my cards right. Yeah, let's see what we can do with that. I think this is a fight where we get to kill the minions repeatedly. Wait, he's super dead. Alright, that's going pretty well. Free leg sweep, excellent. Free dash, double excellent. Guess I'll do this. We're not getting attacked next turn. It's the debuff time. Here's Terror. Keep this and this. I wouldn't have skipped the catalyst if it weren't for the shovel, truly. I'm not planning on upgrading that catalyst. And doubling poison isn't as big a deal as tripling. I also feel like, as you can see, we're doing plenty of damage already. So I'm not as inclined to grab more, but I will take a corpse explosion, because that allows us to explode all the foes. Doubling +1, that's true. For example, this is 7 poison. Or we could go triple alchemize? Nah. I'll take the corpse explode, and I will probably just take the energy here. Certainly it's not empty cage. It's not a lot we could benefit from with 2 removals. Tiny house being the other non-energy option? I don't think so. We need energy per turn, and we need it now. So I will take a cursed key. We will get cursed when I open the chest in the middle of Act 3 here, and that could be bad, but probably won't be. I'll go to this chest. That way we can go to this store, potentially, if I need to remove the curse. And if I don't need to, then we'll fight 2 more elites instead. Do I ever take 999 gold? Assuredly not. Yeah, at least they're not expensive removals, right? No, whoops. Thought I used the energy potion already. Well, that's alright. What more Calcum is here for? Take 1 to maybe get another potion. We'll get another one soon enough. Exactly. Great card. Second Piercing Whale is also pretty good, but let's go with the 2-cost blocks. Got a footwork after all. Welcome. I've got a riddle for you. What's 4 times 5? I know it's not much of a riddle, but try to play along. Eight more poison, huh? Well, I'm full blocking, so it's fine. Boop. Sneaky Strike might be a potentially reliable energy generator now that I have better discard interactions. Ultimately fairly weak. Blade Dance is a lot of poison, since it hits 4 times. But it's also a lot of cards played, which can be bad against the Time Eater boss, and of course the Heart, who I am still a little concerned about. Now, colorless cards, those I like in general. Not going to fall for Metamorphosis again, sorry. Master Strategy's okay even with Snecko. Panacea could be good too, to enable us to potentially block Vulnerable or something. I'll just take the Master Strat. Good card draw. And we'll proceed to the shop. Mansion Keep. Oh, not again. Don't you do it. Don't you do it, sir. Give me that malaise. Oh, so close. Ah! There is Chemex Transmutation here. Can't afford both, though. One of my favorite combos. Unironically purchasing a second Riddle with Holes? Question mark? An interesting idea. Pretty good, actually. Sure. One more. Merle, thank you so much for the raid. You've come at the right time, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever seen this combo before? Start each combat with Envenom in your hand. Start each combat with Riddle with Holes in your hand. Amazing. Unfortunately, we can't play them both this turn. I guess I'll just play the Envenom. Snecko Skull too, by the way. The power. Give him the riddle. Upgrade potion. Let's just play these 4 cards plus the shivs? I think so. Shiv, 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 Bane, Eviscerate. That damage. But that damage, though. Expensive card draw. Snecko, please. Hey, not bad. Not bad at all. Upgrade makes the Alchemize free, so yes, we'll play this. Choke. Alchemize. Piercing Wail. Discard the Well-Aid Plans. Eviscerate. Eviscerate. Not quite enough. Play the Shiv Bot. GG, sir. Dead Branch. Whenever we exhaust a card, put a random card into our hand. Oh man, this Storm of Steel just got real spicy. That's gonna be a yes from me. Nonsense achieved. Lots of random cards will assuredly let us do some good stuff. And I'm gonna go ahead and dig up another relic. The Fart of War. If we don't play any attacks on our turn, gain extra energy next turn. Great for those turns when all of our cards are 3 cost. Warp Tongs would upgrade a random card every turn. That's a little problematic here. Don't want the Pain Curse, given that I'm getting a curse here, actually. So let's not do that. I think Corpse Explosion upgrade's pretty good. Leg Sweep upgrade's pretty good. Reflex upgrade's okay. Bouncing Flask upgrade's pretty good. I'll upgrade this. There's the least bad curse, Clumsy. It exhausts at the end of the turn, giving me a new card. And I think that means we don't need to go to the Merchant. We can instead fight 2 more elites here. I'm in. Excellent turn 1. Really, truly excellent turn 1. Turn 2 looking a little more problematic, but we got the good block cards. Oh, I can't play them all, though. Oh, no. Unfortunate. Get Art of War by playing Not Dash. Preserved Insect will make the next elite easier to kill. Unupgraded cards look pretty bad. Skipping them. Take the liquid memories. So many shift potions this run. It's been pretty wild. Are you nerds dead? That's my first question. I think with the shift potion, the answer is yes. The nerds are dead. Double doppelganger. This is pretty good with Dead Branch, I guess. 2 shivs. Acceptable. Guess this was a fight for that. Play the top 3 cards. Deal. Didn't hit a lot though. You know what to do, Storm of Steel. Get him. Satisfying. Uh-oh. What do I do? I have to discard a potion to pick up this liquid memories, but which one? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Happy birthday to the crown. I guess I'll use one right away. So that I can kill the Jawworm. Or I can just leg sweep the Jawworm. That's easier. Have a riddle. Actually... yeah, have a riddle. You. Tempting to Crippling Cloud. I think I will, actually. Flask, then Storm. Poor worms. Critically endangered. The Orichalcum modified by dexterity? It is not. It's always 6, no matter what. Gotta recall at that last fire. Uh-oh. See, we're going to have a bit of an issue here. Oh, never mind. That's the thing I wanted you to do. I'll take it. No further attacks. So, this intent would give us a permanent curse in the deck. We just need to keep attacking to continue to change what it's doing, and then we don't get a curse. Or it could loop back around, and now we're playing Storm of Steel. Good luck to us. That one's reasonable. You can stop there. Leg Sweep or its bigger brother, Leg Sweep Plus. Playing the Rib with holes could result in getting the big damage. Guess I'll just Liquid Memories the Leg Sweep. Play the Alchemize. Seems fine to me. Outmaneuver Plus actually looks pretty good. This deck has lots of ways to spend energy thanks to being a Snecko Eye. I like it. Fear Pot or Blessing? We'll go Fear Pot. And I have to recall, no digging. Alright, first boss, Donu and Deka. If we can get Corpse Explosion to apply, we should have no problem with this fight. Aside from the fact that we don't get to block. I'm gonna go for Donu first. Donu has damage scaling that can be a bit problematic. Not that one, this one. So if we kill Donu, then they will no longer gain strength. That's good. But I haven't drawn much in the way of blocks. That's bad. Maneuver is free. Piercing Wail's reasonable. Probably just Crippling Cloud plus Survivor here. Maybe something I could do with a potion, though. Do it this way. A little bit more damage. Fight's gonna end pretty quickly here. Might want to consider Liquid Memories on Corpse Explosion, though. I think I will. To ensure that we win. Talk about a finisher. GG. That's kind of cool. Every power we play causes the Awakened One to gain additional strength. It does make the Envenom a little bit of a risky proposition here. I'm actually quite worried about this fight. Don't like our turn one much. I'm gonna YOLO some cards. Excellent start. Okay, Storm of Steel is here. Oh, perfect. Okay, yes, turn one has gone much better now. Do I still want to not do... Already got rid of it. Good. Don't make me choose between my children. That would be ridiculous. Play this, play this. Start killing. actually put that back on top. Won't be 0 cost, but I want to draw it next turn. Oh, will be 0 cost. Randomly. Good. Even better. Okay. Let's say this hasn't been the greatest turn. The extra power we get is a problem. What is this deck? Hot nonsense incarnate. That's what it is. Not great. Toss that to get more cards. Interesting. Interesting. Now, there's going to be a lot of hot garbage that we draw through in the next few turns. Could be a real problem for us. Hoping that we get to kill Piercing Whale. I'll discard one each turn. And this. Uh-oh. That looks vaguely problematic. As far as turns go. I mean, we do have the Piercing Whale, but if I can't also kill, it could be a problem. To that end, I might play the Distilled Chaos. Asui Kitsune asks, why not Corpse Explosion the Cultist for 50 damage? Because 10 poison will do more than 50 damage. Probably. Based on how many turns this phase of the Awakened one has left. Choke first. I can get behind that. We'd like to play Envenom after we kill the first phase of the Awakened one here. Double Sneaky Strike just gave me 4 energy. That's pretty funny. So, is that going to let me kill? Because that'd be great. Yes. Okay, we can play the Envenom next turn then, along with his footwork. Actually, wait. Play the footwork right now. Of course, will I survive? That's the question. The answer is a resounding maybe. Hopefully I can draw with Quick Slash. One cost, good. Okay, yes, I survive. That's nice. But for how long? Oh, for a long time. Good. Yay! We're not dead. Or even resembling dead. We're obliterating this foe. Keep these two. Good Storm of Steel, but I don't think I want to yet. Still alive. Good. Today the Snecko was kind. GG. On to Act 4 we go. You love to see it. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of this potion chugging? Non-stop in every combat. Alcapadak, thank you so much for 34 months of support. Think riddle with holes is bad? Watch this. But yet a letter opener to the mix. Ooh, Twisted Funnel would be 5 poison on turn 1. Bag of Marbles would be 1 vulnerable on turn 1. We took both, and we would remove both artifact from Spire Spear and Spire Shield immediately. It's kind of cool. Reflex works reasonably well with our tools. We could remove the Clumsy for 50 gold. Sadistic Nature to complete the triple threat. That's too fitting. We gotta give it a redemption, right? How am I gonna survive the heart? That's an important question. I don't have intangibility here. I do have a lot of leg sweeps, though. Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it. Keep the Clumsy on purpose. I'll add 1 more reflex. Can't quite play everything, though. Gotta choose 2 out of 3. Unfortunate. Gotta be skip the riddle, of course. That way I also get energy next turn. Weaken this one. Oh no! That's rude. That's very rude. Choking this spear? I'm not sure. Let's draw first. Ooh, likely no. Hype. Corpse explosion. Well, let's focus the damage on the spear then. Still not gonna blade choke. Okay. That's what I call damage. Yes, dude, die. Although, we should have at least gotten a potion, perhaps. Oh well. This looks like a pretty good start to our heart fight. We got a zero-cost outmaneuver on turn 1. We'll guarantee to have the heart weakened with Crippling Cloud. But I am still worried about the big attack. It's going to be 50 damage with frail and vulnerable and all that. I think I should not play these. I'm going to need the health. Still might end up dead, though. Should have used the potion on turn 1. Okay, Survivor... Well... Actually, currently we're looking at exactly dead. Unless I can get a little bit more block. Please don't kill me again, Mr. Hart. Discard what? Terror? Void? I guess discard Storm of Steel. Although that Feet of Death probably makes that unviable. Still no block? Looking bad here. Alchemize, you gotta save me. Fortunately, that don't do it. We are exactly dead once again. This is like the 3rd time this has happened to me recently. Dang. Heart's a really difficult foe. Did you guys know that? GG. Alright, well, we have to try again. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and we'll do that. Okay, here we go. Sozu is Nozu. No potions this run. Definitely makes for a challenge. Not my favorite challenge, but one I won't turn down. I guess I can do this, right? A weird turn 1. I am definitely ready to put down the boss swap only rule. It's been enjoyable for some of the characters. That's wrong. But only for some of them. Love acrobatics plus Sozu in general. You really need good draw consistency if you do not have potions to bail you out when you draw poorly. Essentially, you're not allowed to draw poorly. Don't do it. Or else. Strike Crippling Cloud will kill you. Perfect. Why Crippling over Blade Dance? 4 energy is the short answer there. Take the more expensive card. I'll even take a second Acrobatics. No, I need to be able to kill an elite shortly. Although technically I don't have to fight an elite, right? Really ought to. Maybe upgrade here, fight this one. I think fighting both of these is a suicide mission. Do I take then the Agony or the Infinite Blades? Fighting Slime Boss? Fine. Take an Infinite Blades. Not gonna like it though. Not gonna like it at all. Guess I'll remove a defend? Since I have terror? This is not good. Very not good. Frail and weakened. That's just rude. Guess I'll die. I should probably take either the Blade Dance or the Dagger Spray. Since I already have an Infinite Blades, let's take a Blade Dance so that I can take Shiv cards or benefit from Shiv-relating relics. This is probably our best elite, since I can play both Infinite Blades and Terror before waking up the Legavul in here. I should play Crippling Cloud. Yeah. Wake up. Problem is this draw hurts. Can I play all the block, or do I need to take 2 here? I'll take 2. Okay, Toxic Egg is definitely a great boon early on, upgrading any and all skills we had from here on out. I don't think I'm going to do anything reckless like headlong charge into an elite now that we have a Blessed Egg. This is most notably going to upgrade all the card draw that I add, which is going to be super useful. These I'll skip. And that's the losing streak ended? I wouldn't say that yet. We still have a slime boss we have to beat with no potions. It's not going to be easy. I'd really like to go this way. Pretty suicidal to fight this elite, though. Whether it's Knob or Sentries, it'll probably kill me. Boat Thingy definitely helps. Block on turn 1, a great complement to the Sozu. Excellent relics so far. But how long will our luck hold? question. Next turn. So 7 plus 6, 13. We do 13 damage over 2 turns. 25 minus 13 is 12. I do guaranteed 12 if I play the Terror. What's the mystery card? It's either a block or a damage card, right? Can't be neither? Alright. Okay, then. Yeah, 3 strikes gets there. Moji, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Ooh, here's card draw. Predator. 15 damage. Next turn, draw 2 more. Great with Terror. Great against Slime Boss. Pretty good against Gremlinob, too. Almost good enough to let me think about fighting an Elite here. But I think we'll just sidestep the Elite. Go 2 Rest Scythes. Maybe a couple events. How many cards do I need to beat Slime Boss with no potions? Let's do 2 more combats, 1 more Elite. Alright, 1 more Rest Site. Event? Words are hard. Boss swap for Silent that stands out as my favorite. Pyramid, probably. But that's true on every character. Alright, I'll take a Whale Plus. I'm a sucker for that. Vulnerable you. Almost kill you. Break your block. Plus 7 is 13. Crippling Clouds have been doing good work for us. And it'll do better work if we have a bit more poison. Suppose I'll take a Deadly Poison Plus. Not the worst thing in the world by any means. Gonna upgrade our Predator here. Gets plus 5 damage, a lot more if the target's vulnerable. It's a card I want to play most of the time anyway. Healing? The opposite of healing. Alright, well I'm definitely feeling like I might need those 7 hit points for Slime Boss, so I'm going to take the money here, and we're going to rest, healing ourselves before the boss. I'm still not sure this will be enough, but my hope is that it will be. Slime Boss, of course, attacks you on turn 3 for a whopping 38 damage, which is just rude. But he won't be doing that if we bring him below 75 health, which is thankfully easily done here. And we do have this Infinite Blades chipping in a little bit. 4 damage per turn. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it's gonna help, trust me. Really happy to see Crippling Cloud on this turn. Which one do I want to kill first? It's gonna be the Gray Slimes. They'll be attacking us next turn for quite a lot of damage. Both are, ultimately. Seven, that's 14. Gotta pick off the little ones here, otherwise their numbers will become overwhelming. Looks like I got all of them down, though. GG. Stinky slimes. Okay, we made it through. Got out of Act 1 successfully. Burst Plus with Toxic Egg seems like it's going to be good in general. letting us duplicate 2 skills. Could, in theory, take bullet time or die instead. Bullet time's not bad with acrobatics, I guess, with the upgrade on it, but let's get skills doubled. And pick ourselves up a boss relic. Okay, here we go. I am definitely a pyramid believer at this moment. Pyramid is going to provide the consistency that a lack of potions denies us originally. Could also take a pretty reasonable fusion hammer here, go up to 5 base energy. But being able to retain this burst with the Runic Pyramid so that I can double Crippling Cloud or Piercing Wail, or should we find one, Catalyst Plus, or Apparitions Plus. It's just a couple of things we can do from here that will be exceedingly broken, and I'm hoping that this finally means our lose streak's over. Last but not least here, actually, Empty Cage is pretty good. Dunking 2 strikes is going to also help with the consistency that Sozu really demands. We're oftentimes going to have a pretty bad turn 1 draw with Runic Pyramid, but that's okay because we have an anchor for 10 block. We're also going to go to shops and remove strikes with Extreme Prejudice at this time. Although, if we do that here, I'm a little worried about what might happen in this elite fight. Definitely a little worried. But we have several fights to prepare. Other option, don't go to that elite fight. Just kind of waltz my way slowly through the act. Maybe this shop and this elite here. Nah. That'd be a losing line. To take only 1 or 2. Well, actually, Runic Pyramid, Toxic Egg. Wouldn't really call it a losing line to not take elites. Okay, let's avoid this elite for the moment. Start here. And we'll get to kind of get a feel for where things are at. First up, the Shelled Parasite. Could be a problem for us, depending. Burst the Defend and the Blade Dance? Shred all this guy's plated armor? Sure. Where the heck is Piercing Wail when you need it? Dang. Okay, we did take an uncomfortable amount of damage here, just with the way the draws lined up. Wasn't quite able to get our kill. It's okay. Deflect Plus a lot better with a Pyramid. Good with a Burst as well. We'll pick it up. And that definitely made me want to shy away from the elite. Upgrade all strikes and defends. 10 free upgrades? Yes. The truth is always simple. Upgrade actually 9, yeah. We did remove 1 defend, that's right. 9. Good. Long line of hooded figures offering me a Ritual Dagger. Ritual Dagger, Runic Pyramid, actually kind of incredible. As we can retain it in our hand until it's ready to kill something. We're here early in the act. I'll take it. Haven't had a good Ritual Dagger run in a while. My hand is full. Good. Seven, 6, 7 is enough, right? Yeah. 13 plus 7 is 20. So I can do the following. So block. Next turn, Crippling Cloud will kill. I'll take 3 here. Ooh, but what about the Ritual Dagger? What about the Ritual Dagger? Since I can kill it anytime with Crippling Cloud, and since I can block this turn... Let's give it a moment. This does 12, this does 15. Perfect. There we go. Ritual Dagger improved. Ooh, healing get or look at 20 cards, all of the skills will be upgraded. We'll look at 20 cards. Backflip plus, Reflex plus, Piercing Wail plus. These are pretty good. Personally, I'm heavily inclined to pick up another Piercing Wail here. Such a good card with Runic Pyramid. Are we doing damage? Ritual Dagger. Yeah, I'll take up another Piercing Wail. I think that is very, very good. And then I think if I rest, I should be okay fighting an Elite here. With 2 Piercing Wails and Ritual Dagger and all that. That's the hope, anyhow. It's the Gremlin Leader. More like Gremlin Bleeder. I am unfortunately going to use my Ritual Dagger to kill this Sneaky Gremlin on turn 1. I really don't want to get attacked next turn, and if I do, I don't want there to be a Sneaky Gremlin on the field. We'll just keep the Strike for the moment. Not the greatest turn 1. Okay, we didn't get attacked. That's actually good. Make room in hand, though. Alright, let's play the Strike. Sure. Maybe shouldn't have done that. I was afraid you might do that. Rude, though, I haven't drawn a Piercing Wail yet. But that's okay. I can go Burst, double Crippling Cloud, deals with most of the minions here. And then double Defend plus Deflect will block for most of this. Also applies 14 poison to everybody, which is excellent. But yeah, I would have loved double Piercing Wail this turn. This is block for 23, take 7 more, or I can just block for 14, take 7 less. But 23 is more than 7 more than 14 is. So I'd save 2 more health to do this line. Don't touch the Angry Gremlin. Get this out of my hands. Not a bad turn, all things considered. Very happy with this outcome, ultimately. We get a Potion Belt and an Acrobatics Plus. Yay. Uh-oh. Snecko. Don't you dare. Haven't been able to level the Ritual Dagger that much because I had to use it on a Gremlin. We can sort that out. Probably. Play this. And 2 cost block. Get rid of this. Play this. Thank you for doing the weak moves. I appreciate that. More than you could possibly know. And 10. So close. No cigar, though. We'll wait one more turn. I can burst double piercing whale. Double defend. And there it is. Catalyst Plus says triple the enemy's poison with burst. Welcome to my deck. Currently planning on going to this store, right? That's right. Ornamental Fan says gain block if I play 3 attacks. I think we have enough shivs that I will pick this up, and enough need for relics with immediate impact in general. Caw. Poor guy. Go defend. Predator, neutralize. Draw back up to a full hand. Cripple him. Whale him. Block him. Whale him again. Block him again. Get the damage overtime deployed. That's easy. Oh man, Gamble Plus lets us discard our entire hand to draw a new hand. Great way to find something particular with the Runic Pyramid, or a third Piercing Whale Plus. I think I'll take the gamble here. It's our first gamble. Being able to discard a whole 9 cards and draw 9 new ones is pretty ridiculous. Any upgrades that are essential here? Yeah, the Ritual Dagger. This needs to scale harder. Let's go. And we also need to remove a card at this shop. Could buy Toy Ornithopter. Whenever you use a potion, heal 5. Wait a minute. That doesn't add up. I do very much like Boat Thingy here. 2 out of 3 boats, giving us free block on turn 2. Something we've really been lacking in our heart fights lately is the ability to stop that big 50 damage swing on turn 2. This would help. Strike removal also helps. Ori with the Toxic Egg sure is a lot of cards seen. That could be very, very good. Although I honestly don't feel like I need that many more cards. Especially if I pick up this Dark Shackles Plus, which I'm strongly eyeing. That said, Bouncing Flask Plus is also really good here. It's okay, we'll get another good poison card. Got Suzu on the mind. My favorite shop relic. Brimstone. Easily Brimstone. I think Brimstone is super cool. We have to block for one big number next turn. I'm actually oddly worse at dealing with that than I am the quote-unquote regular attacks from the book. Let's go Deadly Strike. There we go. Block this. Okay. Yeah, I'll redraw into it. If I burst Catalyst, we almost kill it, and then I can get the Ritual Dagger next turn. 12 goes to 36, 36 goes to 108. And if I can draw the Ritual Dagger on this turn, which is not a guarantee, then perhaps we do get it. Good. Get a Kunai. Every time we play 3 attacks in one turn, gain a Dexterity. How about another Burst or a Doppelganger Plus? Double Burst actually seems really cool, and sometimes we could even Burst for more Burst stacks, which is rather amusing. I like it. 2 upgraded rare cards, wow. Guess what? I have a lot of Piercing Whales in my deck. Snake Plant. Gonna have a bad time. Oops. Really love the Ornamental Fan Kunai interaction in particular. So Burst. Burst. Double Deadly, double Calculated Gamble. Double Terror. Yeah. Math doesn't work out in my favor here. How delightfully awkward. Oh wait, actually it does work in my favor. I can't math, but I don't get the Ritual Dagger kill. But I actually like quite a bit. So, I'll take a little bit of damage here. Willingly. In order to get what is mine. The dagger. I almost want this setup. Ray Del Bono, thank you so much for 30 months of support. Maybe I do want this setup. Lets me put a card on top. That card stays 0 cost until we play it. Also helps me create space in hand so that I can draw more cards. I'll actually take it. Lets me kind of keep one card through a calculated gamble. I like that. Am I ever dying to Collector? I don't think so. Let's upgrade Terror. We're very strong now. I could Burst Setup. Instead, I'll set up Burst. Might want to kill one of the minions with a Ritual Dagger here. We're gonna kill Collector with Poison anyway. We don't get any permanent scaling on the dagger, but that's fine. Firstception. Alright, I'm gonna do it. First, Burst? Gamble? Deadly Poison? Catalyst? Defend. And Double Terror just for fun. You'd love to see it. If that's not broke, I don't know what is. GG Collector. GG. Adrenaline Plus. 2 energy, 2 card draw, and it's a burst target? That's ridiculous. After Image isn't terrible either, I suppose. But yeah, I'm taking an upgraded Adrenaline. That sounds pretty good to me. Wait a minute. So these are not very good options, are they, huh? I can either confuse myself with Runic Pyramid, double the strength of my potions, or I can lose the ability to see what enemies are doing, which is pretty bad with Piercing Whales, and gain more energy. Hmm. 5 energy is pretty good with the deck, truthfully. It's not the world's worst Runic Dome. Definitely not the world's best, though. Maybe you just take the non-option, the Sacred Bark that'll never do anything. Been bamboozled. Yeah, I really want to know whether the heart is single attacking or multi-attacking, for example, with this deck. Although it might not matter with Catalyst. I think we have enough energy generation effects. I'm going to take the non-energy option. We'll go with Sacred Bark, because it doesn't do anything. It's functionally skipping our boss relic. And I guess I'm okay with that. That's where we're at. Double your nothing. Double your fun. Shop? Question mark? Unsure. Very much unsure. Do like events in Act 3. Any upgrades that feel important? Acrobatics is helpful. Start here. Can Unlaw show an up in Act 3? No. Can he ask for boss relics? Yes. Would extra energy with Dome have been useful? I don't feel like it. Although maybe on this turn, you know? Burst. Crippling Cloud, set up Predator Burst. I like it. Dodge and roll with Kunai. Okay. Take 1. I like upgraded cards. Also burst dodge and roll there, maybe. Sparish next turn, sir. Not ready to kill you all at the same time yet. Get the dagger. Another Crippling Cloud. Actually, Cloak and Dagger looking a lot better with Kunai now. Doesn't have the same hand size issues that Blade Dance Pluses would, too. But Crippling Cloud does make the Catalyst do a lot better job. We have both the fan and the Kunai. I'll take the Cloak and Dagger. It's also prepared to create hand space for us. It's not too bad either. Into fall, losing Predator, Infinite Blades are calculated gamble. We've been waiting our whole run for this moment, Infinite Blades. Get the heck out of here. Thanks for helping with Slime Boss, though. 12 cards, match them to keep them. You got in here, sir. Unload? Deadly Poison Plus. These are all stinky cards. Very stinky cards. Keep this in case I want to gamble it. Aha! No. Bad Sphere. All the cards. Here we go. Surprisingly hard to find that Deadly Poison. Definitely feels like we need one or two more poison starter cards. So let's see if we can find that. Blackhammer 3D, thank you so much for 21 months of support. Man, that's perfect timing on the Curse for Money. You got a deal, sir. I'm rich. Actually, upgrading Blade Dance is pretty good, too. Although hand size. Yeah, let's upgrade the Acro. A second calculated gamble. Very spicy. Art of War. Lets us gain energy by not playing any attacks. Also very good. And we'll remove the curse. Could also maybe take Discovery here. Could take the Abacus with the Gamble and the Burst. Every time we shuffle the discard pile, block for 6. Won't be as much block as we'd like it to be. And yeah, we can take another Poison card. I think I do want a second Deadly Poison. Based on what I've seen, so yeah, give it all to me. Go for the double elite now. Those wondering about the other options alongside Sacred Bark, it was Runic Dome and Snecko Eye were our choices. I decided to opt out entirely. So we go Burst, Burst, Piercing Wail, Deadly Poison, Calculated Gamble, Blade Dance. Cool. Eight. That one. Nice try, you stinky daggers. Can't kill them both here, so I'll have to block for 25, I guess. It's fine. Dark Shackles Defend does that. Killer with the Ritual Dagger next turn. Great fight. Get a Mercury Hourglass doing 3 damage per turn to everything. Another Adrenaline plus, or another Crippling Cloud plus. I'll take one more Adrenaline. Crippling Cloud could be good though. I'm a sucker for free energy, what can I say? Very rude. I want to lose my Catalyst in this fight. At least not yet. That's more like it. Okay. Now you must perish. That. Draw more. Let's go to defend. I can draw cards. Turns left. Not sure we can get quite where we're going. I can kill with the poison, but not with the Ritual Dagger. I guess I'll take it. It's a pretty cool outcome. GG, Transient. Get hacked. Oh, Reflex Plus. And here I am with a Calculated Gamble, 2 Calculated Gambles, 2 Acrobatics. Yeah. Very, yeah. burst. Guess I'll play this. Was better not to, as you can see. It's alright. There he is. That's the nemesis I know and love. Nice try, sir. But I believe I've got a ritual dagger with your name on it. Backflip plus, block and card draw, or escape plan plus, block and card draw, but the block is conditional and the card is free. That's not as much card draw. Take a backflip. No need for extra rest sites here. We've got basically everything upgraded, so I'll take a couple more fights. And look at that, turn one. Burst, deadly, catalyst. Guess I've technically missed my ritual dagger by doing that. Or have I? Good. We felt like we needed more energy. We could take an outmaneuver. Honestly, don't think that we do. But I will buy a bouncing flask. Alright, Tim the Time Eater. Ooh. I guess I'm not playing this calculated gamble, huh? I guess not. Split the strikes so that they leave the hand at least. Shame about the kunai though. Here we go. So deadly, burst, deadly, catalyst. And then the Time Eater's dead. Takes 188 damage at the end of this turn, 188 damage at the end of the next turn. That's it. Burst is so good. So too is Dark Shackles, I suppose. Cards moving. Looking for the faint hope of redrawing the ritual dagger here. There. Okay. Ah, so close. GG. Just one energy short. But perhaps we'll be able to ritual dagger one of these fools to our satisfaction. Perhaps. Yep. Blocking achieved. Good cards achieved. Incredible. Let's defend. Burst adrenaline. Burst catalyst. Triple. Error here. Get energy with the Art of War. We'll kill Deca with the Ritual Dagger. With Donu gone, Deca can no longer gain any strength. So Deca will always just attack for 15 by 2. Very easy for us to block. Now we just let the poison get Deca down to killing with Ritual Dagger range. Which is 88. GG. To thump, a deep pulsing dread could be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of all these empty potion slots? Good stuff. Could rest for a little bit of a heal, or I could upgrade one of these 3 cards. I guess the Blade Dance upgrade is decent. I'll just take 6 hit points. No paper crane, no nothing here. I can't afford a single thing. Somebody spent all their money on a bouncing flask. Fine by me. Just need the White Bee statue from these 2. Now we're gonna get the Eternal Feather. Classic. Keep this calculated gamble for next turn, letting me discard the burns and drawing cards off of them. So to that end, let's go strike Cloak and Dagger Survivor. Lets me block for a lot. Use the Bouncing Flask? Ooh, well, if Bouncing Flask removes 2 artifact from the Spire, I can use Dark Shackles. Pretty good odds of that. Dang it. Fair enough. That's what I get for talking. For hypothesizing. For anything. Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. But not disastrous, by any means. Well, maybe. We are losing health rapidly here. This is not ideal. Cloud weakens you. I can also turn around with Terror, I suppose. Next turn's really scary. I need to draw a genuinely decent card next turn or we're dead. Like, what? Just look at the draw pile here. Hello? Okay, keep full hand so that I can calculate a gamble for as much as possible, maybe. Okay, we got enough to work with. That's good. Ritual Dagger will kill one of them. This one, I think. It's gotta be the play. 94. That's not enough. But Strike Ritual will do it. And we got a Piercing Wail, thank goodness. Our trials and tribulations are over. Thankfully. Burst next turn. Still, I'm a little concerned with 34 health that we might not have enough to survive that big 50 damage attack from Heart. Sound familiar? So that's a great turn. See you later, Catalyst. Okay, we'll see. Old Flame, huh? Paired Plus could be good. I think we just want to keep things as they are. Any attack I want to bottle? Predator's pretty good. Bottle Predator. For the draw. But I'm a little concerned here. Predator Crippling Cloud. Double dodge and roll could help a lot. I think we might be okay here. If I can survive that one big attack. Do I have any other weakness sources? No. Well, just the neutralize, I suppose. That weaken could be really important. Really depends on whether the multi-hit is next turn or 2 turns from now. I think I'm going to keep the Crippling Cloud in hand. Play the dodge roll and the Predator this turn. We start next turn with 20 block. If it's the multi-hit, we'll have that covered completely. If it's the big hit, I'll be able to survive it. I'll have weakness for the following turn no matter what. Only way to get the Art of War is to not play the Predator. I think we have to play the Predator, though. Okay, what's the big hit? Pretty happy with the choices I've made. Okay, we're not going to die this turn or next turn. Thank goodness. Yeah, thank goodness for that. So what am I bursting then? I'm gonna play a lot of cards. Burst on Adrenaline, burst on Defend? That seems somewhat reasonable. We're not going to have much health left after this turn. But I've got a lot of card draws, so should be able to make stuff happen. Problem is, most of my blocks don't block for that much until I get Dexterity. Not going to burst this setup. Don't think that's a good idea. Now burst Bouncing Flask. That I can get behind. Do that. Just make sure I have enough block. You're gonna go down to 50. Actually, I might need to burst defend. Stay alive. Let's see. These are +4 each. So we essentially have, what, 21 block? No, 23 block. '21, 18, 17. 17 plus 34 is a scary number, right? Yeah, that would leave me at 1. I don't really like that very much. Okay, I'll burst to defend rather than the Bouncing Flask. That's a better idea. But then I am allowed to play Acrobatics. Good. I haven't played an attack this turn. But I might choose now to do so. We're just gonna need to stay alive. We go what? Cloak and Dagger, Shiv, Strike, Backflip, Defend. Ornamental Fan helps counteract the Beat of Death on the attack cards. I guess I should technically play Terror first if I'm gonna do that. These are both going to stay at 6 block with 1 dex, though, right? 9 goes to 6, just as 8 goes to 6, so there's no point. Okay. Let's backflip first, then. Okay, there's the Ritual Dagger. In that case, I do want to play a bunch of attacks this turn. Terror, Cloak and Dagger, Shiv, Ritual Dagger, Defend. Blocks for 16. We play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards, so we completely net neutral on that. But I gain dex, and I get a lot of cards out of my hands. And then I have enough health to survive Beat of Death next turn. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. So I wouldn't exactly call this a large margin of success. But here we are. Oh man, and I'm definitely glad I have a little bit more too, because Beat of Death is about to say hello to me. Problems abound. Not a lot of actual block in the draw pile, huh? Ooh, that's scary. I can't gamble because I need this catalyst. Is the problem currently. Let's see what adrenaline draws. Oh boy. I might not get a choice, actually. I think I might have to gamble. Go down to 3 here. Alright. No other option, really. Fortunately, Burst was the top card. I'm concerned. This is not good. If I calculated gamble, I can't calculate gamble because I have both of these in my hand, so the next piercing, next multi-attack will kill me outright, unless I retain them both. So I think we have to do this. Big hit first. Can I block that? Maybe? I have to get really weird about it. Unless... I'm not sure what to do. Man, none of these block cards in the draw pile are really going to be enough, huh? With only 1 dex. Damn it. So what's the fancy desperation play? involves setup? It involves burst somehow. Burst gamble? Defend burst gamble? Is that going to be enough? I really doubt it. Bursting the defends and Dark Shackles does not cut it, partially because the heart has 2 artifacts, so I have to play Bouncing Flask before I can Dark Shackles successfully. A lot of suggestions that end up dead to beat of death, like that Geo guy. Defend, burst, deadly poison, shackles. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 card plays. We take 12 damage to beat to death. We only block for 9 and have 3 health. We just die if we do that, for example. Any line that doesn't remove artifact before playing shackles will simply get killed as well. Fire Rainbow says, defend, burst, burst, defend, calc, gamble. Then we have what? 0 energy? And we draw into these cards. That doesn't work either. I don't think there's much we can do outside of something really strange, like burst. Defend, setup. Burst, defend, burst, setup. Calculated gamble? Maybe. Survive either. No, none of these suggestions work out in any way. Burst defend deadly, burst defend shackles. That's 5 energy cards, Bartifast. Burst Smoke Bomb. Alright, is there anything with even a vague chance of staying alive? It's got to involve the deflect somehow. Do burst, defend, gamble. That won't do it either. Burst setup. Setup burst and shackles. Defend gamble. Let's try that. I don't think this works very well. Won't have enough cards left, right? This. Double this. Yeah, I only draw 3 cards. So this doesn't work either. Okay. I don't think so. Dang, GG. I guess win number 99 will have to wait till next month, because that is assuredly the end of me playing Spire for today. Death befits us. GG. Man, we've had a tough run with the Silent. count 'em, 6 losses in a row. It's tough, man. That's tough. I, for one, am ready for a week off. So that's my plan. We will be back live next month. April 5 is when the stream returns. I will not be here anytime prior to that. But there will be a cozy week of reruns scheduled up. The mod team, Faley, will be here. Ast Baylor will be here. But I shall not. Sigma957 Zippy, thank you so much for those 100 bits of support. See you later, Floppy Mittens, Conscious Current, Rob Zor, Ponte, Corporal Ninja, Econ Dad, Ion, Gmaz, Neravar, Schmammerin, Lintlock, Truesk, Janice, Zoothis, J-Dak Joa, Lith, Dgentike, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. We'll be back in a little bit over a week to take a new crack at the challenge, to play some FTL Multiverse. I will want to do that when we come back as well. And to just have an all-around good time. All right, folks. That's me signing off. Ta-ta. Have a good one. Bye-bye.